꿈의 성지입니다.
때려야 뗄 수 없는 그림자 같은
내 인생의 에이스다.
This is the journey of Korea National University of Education, which has been advancing education across generations for over 40 years. Amidst a period of rapid societal development and economic growth, the importance of education and the need for high-quality teacher training emerged as critical priorities. In response, KNUE was established in 1984 as a specialized institution dedicated to training teachers.
그러다 보니까 상당히 역풍이 많았습니다. 기존의 사범대학하고 기존의 교육대학에서 왜 교원대학을 만드느냐, 자기네들이 훌륭한 대학으로서 잘 이끌고 있는데, 그렇지만 저희들은 강조를 했습니다. 지금까지 우리가 하지 못한, 우리 사회가 잘 이끌지 못한 실험적인 대학을 좀 만들고 싶다. 우리가 두 개가 경쟁이 아니다. 두 개가 시너지 효과를 거둘 수 있는 그런 대학이라고 해가지고 설득을 했죠.
도서관에서 책 대출할 때 그 반납 예정일을 찍어주는 대출 카드도 있었는데 그것도 고무인으로 찍어주는 카드를 사용을 했고요. 그리고 직접 손으로 쓴 도서 목록 카드를 이용하기도 했습니다.
종합교원 양성대학이라는 측면이 저에게는 굉장히 매력적이는데 유아교육과 초등교육과 그리고 중등에서도 여러 과들이 설치되어 있어서 사범계열이지만 일반 종합대학교 같은 느낌을 저는 충분히 느낄 수 있고 그에 따라서 다양한 경험들을 해볼 수 있지 않을까 이런 생각이 저에게는 굉장히 컸던 것 같았습니다.
우리 대학은 유, 초, 중등 교사가 될 학생을 하나의 캠퍼스에서 교육한다는 것도 특징이지만 그 교육을 담당하는 교수님들도 하나의 체제인 교수 풀제로 운영된다는 것이 독창적 시스템입니다. 설립 당시부터 특화된 교사 교육을 위해 전공 지식을 심도 있게 배울 수 있는 교과 내용 영역과 그 전문 지식을 현장에 적용할 수 있는 교육 이론과 실제를 배우는 교과 교육 영역으로 학과 커리큘럼을 운영하고 있는 점이 우리 대학 교육제도의 특징입니다.
In 1997, the Graduate School of Education was established, with the first cohort of students enrolling in 1998. In 1999, a program for training professional counseling teachers was introduced within the Graduate School of Education. And in 2003, the Graduate School of Educational Policy and Administration was founded.
우리나라 최초로 교과 교육학이라는 것을 만들어냈습니다. 서울사대가 그때가 최고 대학이었는데 그게 못지않는 그런 우수한 학생들이 몰렸고 학교 현장에서 갈증을 느꼈던 그런 교사들이 우리 대학의 대학원에 와가지고 그 교과 교육학을 중심으로 학교를 운영했던 그런 기억을 하고 있습니다.
교원대에서 그 다양한 교육 과정이 많이 제공돼서 좋았지만 그 중에서도 실전에서 바로 쓸 수 있는 교과 교육을 이론과 실습을 많이 해봤던 게 도움이 많이 됐습니다. 이걸 바탕으로 현장에 나와서 바로 수업에 적용해 볼 수 있었고 학생들과 좋은 수업을 만들 수 있었습니다. 교원대만의 생활관 수업을 통해서 이 생활관에서 생활했던 기억이 그 교직에서 여러 선생님들과 잘 어울릴 수 있게 하는 그런 기회가 되었던 것 같습니다.
After overcoming numerous challenges, we became Korea's only comprehensive teacher training university for early childhood, elementary, and secondary specialist education. By paving the way for future education, we embrace the challenges of ongoing educational innovation, which serves as our foundation for moving forward and a source of pride as we continue to build a brighter today than yesterday.
잘 가르치는 대학 육성 사업이었습니다. 그 일명 이제 에이스 사업이라고 하는 건데 이 에이스 사업은 저희가 6년 동안 해가지고 다 떨어진 프로젝트였습니다. 2017년, 18년 2년 동안 한 12억의 예산을 들여가지고 그 에이스 팀이 10팀이 있었는데 전국에 그 중에서 가장 뛰어난 팀으로 선정이 됐었습니다. 학생들을 위한 교원 양성 사업, 이것이 우리 대학의 그 교육 여건, 교육 환경을 개선할 뿐 아니라 평판도를 끌어올림으로써 장기적으로 우리 학교를 발전시키는데 굉장히 귀중한 자원이 되었다.
For the past 40 years, we have been dedicated to innovating every day to train educators who will shape the present and future of education in Korea.
체육 중고등 특수학교를 부설학교로 유치해서 이 분야, 다시 말해서 특수교육 분야, 장애인, 비장애인, 통합교육의 그런 분야에 진출할 수 있도록 한 것. 그리고 유아교육연수원을 교육부로부터 인가를 받아서 유보통합 이후에 여러 가지 폭발적으로 늘어날 가능성이 있는 그런 교육 연수 수요에 부응하게 한 일. 뭐 이런 일들이 아마 앞으로 우리 대학이 종합교원 양성대학으로서 크게 기능하는데 이바지하지 않을까 그렇게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
We are training future-ready teachers with interdisciplinary insights who can thrive in the diverse educational sector of our future society within an ever-evolving system. By shifting our training paradigms, we are producing sustainable educational leaders, conducting research on pressing challenges in education, and developing solutions, all while leading change in the field of education.
국내 유일의 종합교원 양성대학교여서 교육을 진로로 하는 학생들이 같은 꿈을 꾸며 소통할 수 있고 학교 현장에 대한 강의나 실습 등을 통해 교육에 대한 깊이 있는 생각을 할 수 있었습니다. 후에 제가 교사가 되었을 때 교원 연수 기능, 더 나아가서는 교육 연구 등을 모두 경험할 것을 상상하면 한국교원대학교의 학생으로서 자부심이 더 커지는 것 같습니다.
유아, 초등, 중등 사이 여러 전공 간의 복수 전공도 가능해서 하나 이상의 교원 자격증을 취득하거나 전문성을 강화할 수 있습니다. 또한 국제교육 실습과 같이 국제 교류도 잘 되어 있어서 국제 경험도 쌓을 수 있습니다.
국내에서 유일하게 교육만을 위해서 설립된 학교이다 보니 교육 관련 인프라를 지원받을 수 있는 것이 가장 좋았던 것 같습니다. 특히 연구와 관련해서 ERP, BRP 프로그램 등 학부생이 원하기만 한다면은 교육 관련 연구를 자유롭게 진행할 수 있는 점이 가장 큰 특징이 아닐까 싶습니다.
40년의 역사는 무시할 수 없는 것 같아요. 그만큼 교사 양성을 위해 학교가 가진 노하우도 많고 같이 공부하는 친구들이 모두 교사의 꿈을 꾸는 만큼 서로 의지되고 도움을 많이 받을 수 있어 좋은 것 같습니다. 교사로서의 꿈을 키워나가는데 가장 좋은 대학이라고 생각합니다.
한국교원대학교는 최첨단 인프라와 폭넓은 협력 네트워크를 통해 예비교원에게는 혁신적 교육 환경을 제공하고 현직 교원의 성장에 든든한 동반자가 되어 미래교육을 주도하는 교육 전문가, 창의적 혁신가, 공감적 리더로 성장할 수 있도록 뒷받침하겠습니다.
초창기부터 우리 학교는 교원 양성 기관의 새로운 모델로서 혁신과 변화를 추구했습니다. 인공지능 시대를 맞이해서 교육의 패러다임이 급격하게 변화하고 있는 요즘 우리 학교는 인공지능 융합 교육을 선도하는 등 새로운 시대에 걸맞는 교육 분야의 도전과 성공의 모델로서 발전하리라고 믿습니다.
The 40-year journey of KNUE is an integral part of the history of education in Korea. As we enter the fourth industrial revolution, we will continue this proud legacy by fostering innovation.
우리 사회는 지금 4차 산업혁명, 저출생으로 인한 학령인구 감소, 다문화 등 커다란 사회 변화와 교육적 위기에 처해 있습니다. 이러한 위기 극복과 교육 문제 해결을 위해 우리에겐 새로운 사고와 적극적 혁신이 요구되고 있습니다. 우리 한국교원대학교는 지금까지 쌓아온 교원 양성과 연수 및 교육 연구 역량을 기반으로 AI 에듀테크, IB 학교, 늘봄 학교 지원, 국제 교육 교류 활성화 등을 선제적으로 주도함으로써 우리나라 교육 및 K-에듀를 선도하여 명실상부한 미래 교육의 중심이 되겠습니다.
With the power of EduTech, we are breaking down classroom boundaries and unlocking the potential of every student. At the same time, we are staying a step ahead in training the best educators, paving the way for a new horizon in Korean education. 40 years of advancing education, a solid foundation for the future. We are Korea National University of Education.
예, 한 2, 3분 있다가 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자리를 좀 정돈해 주시고요. 잠시 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. So we're gonna international conference will begin shortly. So I will announce very soon. Thank you. 자, 예, 지금 행사 진행하시는 분들은 행사 준비하신 분은 1분 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 교육연구원 계시는 분은 1분 후에 시작하겠습니다. 밖에 계시는 분 안으로 입장해 달라고 이야기해 주십시오. 감사합니다. 예, 그러면 시간이 경과된 관계로 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 혹시 밖에 계시는 일행분이 있으시면 안으로 입장해 주시고요. 바로 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 시간이 되었습니다. 2024년 한국교원대학교 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 저는 오늘 오전 사회를 맡은 한국교원대학교 제2대학장 지리교육과 김영훈입니다. 반갑습니다. 감사합니다. 다음으로 국민 의례가 있겠습니다. 외국에 오신 분들은 좀 생소하실 텐데 저희 나라에서는 공식적인 행사에 이런 내셔널 리추얼이라고 해서 국민 의례가 있습니다. 자, 참 여기 계시는 모든 분들 국기를 향하여 일어서 주시기 바랍니다. 국기에 대하여 경례.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
바로 이하 애국가 제창은 생략하겠습니다. 모두 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 국제 컨퍼런스는 우리 학교의 개교 40주년을 맞아 진행되는 행사입니다. 이미 보셨겠지만 디지털 전환 시대에 저희들은 살고 있습니다. 이 전환 시대에 교사교육의 과거와 현재 그리고 미래 방향에 대해서 국내외 연사분들이 참여하여 발제를 진행하게 되겠습니다. 이와 동시에 코딩, 로봇, AIDT 체험 부스 9개 그리고 포스트 세션 15편을 전시 체험하실 수 있습니다. 그래서 이 행사장 바깥에 관련된 전시물과 세션들이 있습니다. 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 이어서 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스를 주관하고 있는 김현진 교육연구원장님의 인사 말씀이 있겠습니다. 예, 원장님, 단상으로 진행하겠습니다. 그리고 원장님께서 인사 말씀하시고 내빈 소개가 있겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 한국교원대학교 교육연구원장 김현진입니다. 네, 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년 기념 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스에 오신 여러분 그리고 여러분 환영합니다. 특별히 이번 컨퍼런스에 축사를 담당해 주신 서울대학교 진동섭 교수님 그리고 기조 강연 및 초청 강연을 해 주실 보스턴 컬리지의 앤디 하그리브스 교수님 그리고 한국교육개발원 허주 본부장님 그리고 태국 콘켄 대학교 마이트리 인프라시티 교수님 그리고 헬싱키 대학교의 야리 라보넨 교수님 그리고 네바다 대학교의 에밀리 인 교수님 감사드립니다. 그리고 한국교원대학교 곽영순 교수님도 감사드립니다. 오늘 내외빈들이 이제 계속 오시고 계시는데요. 제가 소개해드리지 못한 내외빈 분들도 예, 감사를 드립니다. 이번 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스의 주제는 디지털 전환 시대 교육의 과거, 현재 그리고 미래입니다. 우리 한국교원대학교가 개교 40주년을 맞이하여서 교사교육 그리고 교육연구의 허브로서 주요 국가의 연구자들을 초대해서 지금까지의 연구를 성찰하고 그리고 미래 교육을 향한 연구 아젠다를 제시하고자 이런 컨퍼런스를 마련하였습니다. 컨퍼런스에 오신 많은 분들께서 오늘 의미 있는 그 연구의 의미를 같이 찾아가시길 바라겠으며, 마지막으로 이번 컨퍼런스를 준비해 주신 한국교원대학교 교육연구원과 또 컨퍼런스 조직위원회 교수님들께도 감사를 드립니다. 좋은 시간 되시기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 인사 말씀해 주신 김현진 교육연구원장 감사드립니다. 다음은 총장 축사가 있겠습니다. 다음으로 한국교원대학교 차우규 총장님의 축사가 있겠습니다.
네, 인사드리겠습니다. 네, 우리 개교 40주년을 맞이해서 이런 국제 컨퍼런스를 열게 된 것을 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 그리고 오늘 이 행사를 위해서 멀리 미국에서 또 핀란드에서 또 태국에서 이렇게 와주신 우리 발표자 분들께 굉장히 감사드리고요. 그 외에도 이 행사를 준비하기 위해서 애쓰신 우리 한국교원대학교 우리 관계자분, 또 기조 강연으로, 또 축사로, 또 주제 발표로 다양한 형태로 오늘 행사를 참여해 주시고 계신 분들, 그리고 오늘 이 행사에 이렇게 와주신 모든 분들께 진심으로 감사를 드립니다. 사실 40주년, 이 공자님이 그런 얘기를 하셨어요. 40살이 되면 불혹이다, 이런 얘기를 했어요. 유혹을 받지 아니한다라는 건데, 우리 대학이 온갖 것에 유혹을 받지 않고 외풍에 흔들리지 않고 그야말로 우리 한국교원대학교가 나아가야 할 길이 무엇인지를 분명하게 이해하고 그 정체성을 갖고 앞으로 미래를 향해서 나아갈 수 있기를 기대하고 있습니다. 그래서 이번 행사가 그야말로 그동안 해오던 여러 개의 어떤 국제 행사의 하나다라는 개념보다는 그야말로 지금까지 40년을 우리가 달려오면서 과거에 했던 것들을 다시 한번 점검해보고, 그리고 현재 우리가 어떠한 준비가 되어 있는지도 살펴보고, 세계적인 추세가 무엇인지를 파악해서 우리가 이제 KEDI로 나아갈 수 있는 기반을 이번 기회에 만들었으면 좋겠다, 이렇게 생각합니다. 사실 여기 축사를 뭐 이렇게 써주셨는데, 네, 이걸 제가 읽기보다는, 네, 그래서 사실은 이 40주년을 맞이하면서 이 내용을 보니까 우리가 10년에 한 번씩 국제 대회를 이렇게 개최하는 걸로 되어 있더라고요. 그래서 이건 정말 우리가 너무하다. 이런 행사는 최소 매년 열어야 되겠다. 그리고 다양한 형태로 우리가 디지털 시대에 우리가 줌으로도 하고 다양한 형태로 우리가 모든 구성원들이 참여하면서 그리고 국내 국외가 함께 연결돼서 이 교사교육의 문제, 또 더 넓게는 우리가 교육의 문제를 함께 고민하고, 그리고 우리 국가 성장 발전의 동력으로서 또 세계의 어떠한 그 복지나 또는 발전에 우리가 기여할 수 있는 그러한 부분들을 적극적으로 찾아가면서 이제 우리가 나가야 되겠다, 이런 생각을 해보게 됩니다. 오늘 우리 그 또 대한민국 학술원의 또 진동섭 교수님께서 또 이렇게 오늘 축사를 해주시기 위해서 또 직접 자리해 주셔서 감사드리고요. 특히 오늘 이렇게 보니까 다양한 분들이 오신 것 같아요. 네, 우리 학교의 유학 온 학생들부터, 네, 우리 교수님들 또 다양한 분들이 와 계신데, 오늘 이 자리가 그야말로 형식적인 어떤 행사가 아니라 정말 여기에서 뭔가를 하나라도 얻어가고 이 디지털 시대에 과연 내가 무엇을 해야 할 것이고 또 어떠한 역량을 키워서 함께 네트워크를 구축해서 나아가야 될 것인지를 좀 한번 생각해보고, 또 그런 기회장이 마련되기를 바라고 또 오늘이 축제가 될 수 있기를 기대합니다. 그래서 오늘 행사가 이걸로 끝나는 게 아니라 이따가 또 만찬도 있고 또 이렇게 함께 편한 자리에서 또 사교할 수 있는 자리도 있는 것을 알고 있습니다. 그래서 모든 과정들을 함께 즐기시기를 바라면서 축사를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 차오기 총장님의 축사가 있었습니다. 다음은 우리나라 교사교육 분야에서 오랫동안 활동해 오셨고 지금도 여전히 활동하고 계시는 연사분이 계십니다. 저희 국제 컨퍼런스를 위해서 멀리서 찾아주셨습니다. 서울대학교 진동섭 명예교수님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 뜨거운 환영의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
서울대학교 명예교수 진동섭입니다. 우선 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년을 진심으로 축하합니다. 교원대 교육연구원 그리고 교과교육공동연구소가 미래교육에 관한 국제 컨퍼런스를 열고 있습니다. 진심으로 축하드립니다. 저는 한국교원교육대학교에서 남다른 애정을 가지고 있습니다. 그 이유는 2018년부터 20년까지 2년 동안 제1호 석좌 교수로 저도 여기서 근무를 한 적이 있습니다. 그래서 이 교원대학교의 특징, 좋은 점, 심지어는 부족한 점까지도 꽤 잘 알고 있다고 생각을 합니다. 우선 교원대학교는 정말로 캠퍼스가 아름답습니다. 77만 제곱미터의 평지에 아름답게 조성되어 있는데 철철이 꽃이 넘쳐나는 정원입니다. 거기에 1km가 넘는 정문에서부터 체육관까지 뻗쳐 있는 커다란 청남대로 정말 멋있습니다. 제가 때 맞춰서 지금 노랗게 은행나무 단풍이 들기 시작했는데 아침에 일부러 제 넥타이 색깔을 노란색으로 하고 왔습니다. 두 번째 특징은 명실공히 한국교원대학교는 대한민국 유일의 아니면 전 세계 유일의 종합교원 양성기관입니다. 초등교사에서부터 유아교사 그리고 중등교사까지 종합적으로 양성하는 종합교원 양성기관입니다. 그리고 그뿐만이 아니고 한국교원대학은 교원 양성에서부터 현직 연수 그리고 교육 연구의 3대 기능을 잘 수행해 왔습니다. 지난 40년간 정말로 한국교원대학교는 대한민국 교육의 중심이 되어 왔습니다. 그 중자는 가운데 중자가 아니고 무게 중자입니다. 그러나 앞으로 40년, 50년을 준비할 때가 됐습니다. 디지털 전환 시대라고 하는 세계적인 변화는 물론이고 인구 절벽 시대라든지 아니면 기후의 급격한 변화, 이것이 우리의 사회와 교육에 대해서 특별한 준비를 하도록 요구하고 있습니다. 가장 중요한 것은 대한민국은 이제 선진국이라고 하는 것입니다. 국민들이 삶의 질에 대해서 기대가 점점 높아지고 있다는 말씀입니다. 바야흐로 교육이 변하고 그리고 교사가 변하지 않으면 안 되는 시점에 놓여 있다. 교원대학이 바로 이러한 새로운 교육과 교사 양성과 연수의 중심체가 되어야 되겠다, 이런 말씀을 드리는 것이죠. 저는 세상이 아무리 변해도 교육의 기본 목표는 행복한 인간을 양성하는 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 미래 교육의 특징은 이팅이라고 생각합니다. 가구는 뭡니까? 가구는 바뀌었죠. 침대는 가구가 아니고 이게 과학이라고 얘기하는데, 저는 미래 교육은 단지 교육에 머무는 것이 아니고 이팅이라고 생각합니다. 이팅의 E는 education, A는 art, T는 technology 합쳐가지고 이팅 4요소의 융합체라고 생각을 합니다. 바로 교사는 이러한 새로운 교육을 디자인하는 디자이너라고 생각합니다. 이렇게 좋은 가을날 넓고 푸른 하늘 아래서 아름다운 캠퍼스에서 4개국이 모여서 각자의 경험, 지식, 지혜를 교류하는 멋진 장을 만들었습니다. 모쪼록 교사교육의 과거, 현재, 미래에 대해서 즐겁고 그리고 풍성한 대화의 장이 벌어지기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 교원대학의 40주년 개교 기념을 진심으로 축하드리고 앞으로 무궁한 발전을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
진동섭 명예교수님 축사 감사드립니다. 예, 개인적으로 이팅이라는 용어를 또 저도 강의 시간이나 발표 써야 되겠습니다. 아주 새로 배워갑니다. 이렇게 배우는 게 결국은 컨퍼런스의 또 중요한 내용이지 않을까 싶습니다. 예, 다시 한번 축사 말씀 감사드립니다. 예, 그리고 다음으로 참여해 주신 내외 귀빈 분들의 기념 촬영이 있겠습니다. 귀빈분들은 단상 위로 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 촬영 있고 나서 5분간 자리를 정돈하겠습니다. 정돈하고 11시 10분부터 컨퍼런스를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 오전 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이렇게 이제 저희들 기념 촬영하는 동안 여기 플로어에 계신 분들은 동시통역 이어폰 이 로비에 있습니다. 그래서 그 동시통역 이어폰을 쓰고 세션 1 프레젠테이션 할 때 그때부터 공식적으로 사용하시면 될 것 같습니다. 채널 1은 제가 알고 있기로는 코리안, 채널 1 is for Korean이고 채널 2는 잉글리시의 영어가 되겠습니다. 예, 참사 4분 단상 위로 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. 기념 촬영이 되겠습니다. 그룹 포토 시간이 되겠습니다. 플로어에 계신 분 로비에 가셔서 이어폰 가지시고요. 예, 또 개인 준비해 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. 예, 보직 교수님들도 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. 귀빈이라 그래서 빠지는데 그거 아니고요. 10분부터 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 발표자 되신 분들 슬라이드 혹시 또는 개인용 컴퓨터를 이용하실 분 테스트를 잠깐 해주시고요. 지금 발표 준비하시는 분 단상 이동해 주시고 슬라이드 체크해 주세요. 예, 11시 10분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. The first session in the morning will begin at 10 past 11. 10 past 11. 11:10. Thank you. 그리고 로비 옆에는 이미 이번 컨퍼런스를 기념해서 바리스타가 지금 만들어진 여러 음료가 있다 그럽니다. 그 음료도 여러분들이 즐기시면 되겠습니다. 예, 세션 하기 전에 음료수를 즐기셔도 되고요. 잘 나오는 거예요? 예. 자, 시간이 되었습니다. 우선 바깥에 계시는 일행분이 계시면 좀 들어오시라고 해주시고요. 저희가 처음에 계획한 시간보다 약간 진행이 됐습니다. 뭐 행사다 보면 이런 일이 있으니까요. 그 관계는 없겠습니다. 자, 시간이 되었습니다. 그래서 주제 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들 프로그램 보시면 아시겠지만 오늘 오전 세션 1 주제 발표가 있겠습니다. 그리고요, 여기 플로어에 계시는 분들에게 말씀드리겠습니다. 주제 발표를 들으시면서 여러분들 아마 궁금하신 사항이 있으실 겁니다. 그래서 궁금하신 사항은 제가 로컬 커미티에서 받기로는 그 나눠드린 책자가 있다 그러네요. 나눠드린 책자. 거기에 포스트잇에 적어서 뒤에 판넬이 있다고 합니다. 제가 판넬의 위치는 잘 모르겠습니다. 예, 뒤에 판넬이 있는데요. 여러분들이 주제 발표를 들으시면서 궁금하신 게 있으시면 포스트잇에 적어서 뒤에 있는 판넬에 붙여주시면 저희가 오후에 또 프로그램 보시면 맨 마지막 그 세션이 패널 세션인데요. 패널 세션은 오픈 라운드 테이블 형식이 되겠습니다. 그래서 아주 자유롭게 이야기하는 토크 콘서트입니다. 그때 여러분들 질문을 저희들이 발표자분께 드리고 서로 공유하고 답변을 듣는 그런 내용으로 진행하겠습니다. 그래서 주제 내용에 관계없이 이런 궁금하신 내용 있으시면 포스트잇에 적어서 판넬에 붙여 주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 그러면 먼저 첫 번째 발표자로 대한민국의 교사교육 정책의 과거와 현재 그리고 미래에 대한 주제를 내용으로 한국교육개발원 허주 본부장님께서 발표를 해 주시겠습니다. 예, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 허주라고 합니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 잠깐 영어로 발표를 하기 전에 이 교원대학교 40주년 기념을 좀 축하드리는 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 저는 교원대학교에서 뭐 공부를 했거나 하지는 않았지만은 사실 교육학을 공부한 사람으로서 교사교육 뭐 내지는 교육학 연구의 뭐 교과교육뿐만 아니고요. 교원대학교는 매우 중요한 위치에 있었고, 그리고 돌이켜 보면은 전 현직 교수님들로부터 저도 많은 것을 배웠고요. 그리고 뭐 작게나마 저도 지금 여기에서 학생들을 강사로 이렇게 가르치고 있는데 정말 진심으로 한국교원대학교 40주년을 축하드리고 또 더 큰 성장이 있기를 저는 교육학자로서 기대하고 또 그렇게 될 거라고 믿고 있습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. Today, I'm going to talk about Korea's teacher policy. I was asked to talk about teacher education, but I expanded the spectrum actually to talk more about the policy level. Of course, I will talk about some of the implications that the policies mean in terms of teacher education. But first, I thought it will be a great idea, since we are going to talk about teachers in Korea, I thought it will be a great idea who we are talking about. So I'll talk about teachers in numbers briefly, and then I'll talk about the current teacher policies in practice and some of the issues that I would like to raise to all of you and to think about, and some of the implications for future teacher education. So, I don't know how many of you actually know how many teachers we have in Korea, but you can see that a little over 500,000 in Korean teachers. This is at the primary, secondary, and also the kindergarten level, not including the higher education, but also at the secondary level. So 500,000 teachers in Korea. You can see that there is a slight increase comparing 2023 and 2024. mostly at the primary level. And also at the right-hand side, you can see over the years from the 1970s, you can see that the number of teachers actually steadily increased over the years. But I have to note that most of the increase of the number of teachers in recent years are non-classroom teachers, actually. For example, librarians, counselors, nutritionists at the school level. So many people in Korea, in the field of education or in the field of economics in particular, say that, well, there are enough. The number of teachers are increasing and it's enough. And besides, as you all know, the birth rate of Korea is declining. But the classroom teachers are not a big factor in this number of increase. Number of students per class, of course, declined because we steadily increased the number of teachers, right? You can see that the kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high school level. Yeah, so it's about around 20. And also you can see that the number of students per teacher, of course, this is, by the way, 2000 and 2023, based on the Korean Statistics Center, and also declined by the numbers. Of course, we still need to improve at the higher education level, you can see. But the kindergarten, primary, and secondary level, we are around at 15 per teachers. But this is, again, a national average. So if you go to a busy, big city school, the number of students per teachers will be greater than this. My daughter at the middle school is about 23, I think. My boys at the primary level has about like 25 students in the classroom, so a little over the average. All right. So the teacher's average age, comparing 1999 to 2024, you can see that it is increasing, the average age. This is not just the Korean teachers, but the Korean whole society is getting old, actually. So it is a natural thing to happen. But ratio of female teachers also increased a lot. It's about 77% at the primary level. And I think this is an international thing, not just in Korea, but all around the world. Early retirement rate. I'll talk about this slightly later in my slides, but yes, it is increasing. It is increasing. It is increasing. That you can see that all three levels of primary, middle, and high school teachers are increasing with their early retirement. In Korea, retirement age is 62, but many teachers are leaving, and I will talk about the problem that we face with this category. Average teaching experience, of course, is about slightly declining because of the early retirement of the teachers. You can see it's around 15 years. But as many of you know, the job experience of teachers, not only teachers, but in all jobs, about 10 to 15 years is the most active years of a person to perform. So it's at the peak, in my opinion, of the Korean teachers. Okay. The second part, I'll talk about the main body, will be about teacher policy. So teacher policy review, this is based on 2004, I'm sorry, by Professor Kim Il-kyung at Jungwon University, with the OECD Secretariat analyzing the policies of Korean education or teacher policy. And surprisingly, I think this still applies at this current day, that making teacher profession as an attractive position or career for the future teachers is quite strong, and it was strong, and it is strong, and high quality pre-service training like Korean National University. There are room to improve, of course. Third is employing the teachers. We'll talk about the problems that Korea is facing currently, and retaining the quality teachers is another issue. I'll talk about the 4 points. I don't think the fifth, sustainable teacher policy development, we'll be talking about other speakers. Hopefully other speakers will talk about that part. This is a result of a PISA outcome. You can see that that teachers strongly agree of the society's belief in valuing teachers and the teaching job. You can see that Korea and Singapore and Finland is ranked high, which means that the society or the teachers believe that the society values the teachers and the teaching profession. In this case, I used to say, or still say, that Korea, maybe Finland and Singapore is extremely lucky that the society, the general public, is valuing the teachers and the teaching professions. Okay. Student career choice. From 2007 to 2023, the Ministry of Education takes a survey, gives out a survey to the students at the primary, secondary, and high school level. And you can see that they asked, what do you want to become when you grow up? Top ranked is the teacher, Except I think at the primary level, last year athletics was top because of soccer player Son Heung-min, probably, I think. But it has been this way for a very, very long time. So in this sense, again, teaching, in terms of teacher policy, we are very lucky that very bright students are hoping to become a teacher. And who wants to become a teacher? More specifically, you can see that this is, when the countries are located at the upper right hand, it means that the more high achieving students are willing to advance in their universities and colleges to become a teacher, which means that more smart kids are actually hoping to become a teacher in Korea. But it is changing. We have been lucky to have those smart kids wanting to become a teacher. They become a teacher, of course, but more new generations, so-called the MZ generations, have different needs. This is a survey of a job recruiting company, which was released this year, I think. But these are the factors that the new generation is considering when they choose a job. But as you look very closely, traditionally, I hope or I think that it applies to many other countries that contributing to the society, for example, which is a strong part. I'm pretty sure that the professors here at KEDI also emphasize this fact. Teaching is not just about a job. It is dedicating to the society and contributing to the growth of the students. But new generations, they're not really considering that factor in their job choice. Okay? So it needs to be reconsidered at the teacher training institutes and teacher policy-wise, that how we would attract the smart kids to the teaching profession. Okay? Teachers' job satisfaction, same genre. Okay? This is based on an ongoing study of mine, which analyzed primary school teachers' survey for 3 years, a longitudinal study. And you can see that they are not quite satisfied. The new generation and the old generation are compared. And you can see that there is a difference in all the factors. Traditionally, we talk about, which is a satisfaction factor in teaching position. So only I think it was the time that the new generation is actually considering as a merit to the teaching position. So we need to reconsider things that has been true or lucky, basically to recruit and attract the smart kids to the teaching profession. The second is high-quality pre-service training, which applies to Korean national universities and many others. For those who are not really familiar with the training or the certificate program in Korea, it's basically done at the, it's delegated, it's delegated or commissioned to the colleges and universities, basically. So Korean National University is delegated by the Ministry of Government, Ministry of Education, to train teachers. So they have the authority, they have to make decisions about their curriculum and everything. They're delegated. Okay? So primary teachers, there are a system of universities of education, and also, as you know, KNUE also has a teacher training at the primary level. Secondary teachers are mostly trained at the colleges of education, at private and public or national level universities. And these are the subjects. I brought a secondary level curriculum in general. It differs slightly, I would say very slightly, by the schools or the universities or the training institutes. But you can see that the main subjects is about 50 credit hours. Pedagogy subjects, 22. Aptitude test, 2 times. CPR, gender sensitivity course, and a minimum grade of 75 points out of 100 to earn a certificate, okay, in this program. I'll talk about what is the problem. So this is the certificate, actual certificate currently given out to the teachers. I want to show you, I brought this because I wanted to show you that it is by the Minister of Education, not the university president. Okay? It is given by the government, basically. Okay? The reason I wanted to show you this is that the issue is that there is a lack of autonomy. As I said, like KNUE, the university is delegated or commissioned with the autonomy to make their own decisions about teacher training. But as you saw at the certification, and as you saw all those programs or the curriculum, it is all pre-decided, basically. And also there is a evaluation system of evaluating. I think KNUE was evaluated a week ago. We are in the 6th round, actually. We are in the 6th round of this teacher training institution's evaluation. We evaluate pretty much everything. How many faculty members do you have? How many students did actually get employed as a teacher? What is the curriculum like? Are you following the curriculum guided by the Ministry of Education? So including KNUE, most of the universities and colleges who has a teacher training program does not have the autonomy, which I think is a serious problem, especially in this changing, future education. In terms of future education, university professors, the faculty members, staff members, they will be the ones who would actually be with the students in the classroom, and they are not having the autonomy to apply the changes directly. They have to take orders, actually, basically. This is another a study that I have done a few years ago, and the needs of the students are changing. This is a content mapping analysis, which is basically a cluster analysis based on students, future teachers. So current students, I interviewed current students and analyzed their responses with a cluster analysis. And I want to show you some of the results. There are some negative evaluation about the professors, faculty members. I'm not trying to say that you professors are behind, but they have no room actually to change their curriculums based on the needs of the students, because they are regulated basically to teach, sometimes how to teach it by the Ministry of Education. So these need to actually be changed in the future, in my opinion. This is the contents of the practicum needs to be changed, of course. Those were some of the strong responses by the future teachers. This is the primary, and this is the secondary level. And you can see that also relationships with the professors were also emphasized. I remember that the comments were that professors are always there for them, but somehow they feel very difficult, actually, to approach their professors. I remember, or I'm not sure how many of you will be familiar with the term SEM. In Korean, we address our teachers 선생님, which means basically teacher. But these days, the little kids actually address their teachers 쌤, with a very shortened version, which also includes a very friendly approach to their teachers. So it might, professors might want to consider to be more close, to be more friendly. Not that I mean that you are not, but more. You need to change more things based on what the students are actually wanting to have in the relationships with the professors. Okay. Practicality and field suitability was also a very strong need by the students at the colleges and universities. So they want to learn something that is very helpful, actually, to them, not the theories. Not the theory. There's always a struggle between the theories and practices in the classrooms, I know. But these kids, young kids, are hoping to have more practical knowledge than theories, basically. Okay. Number 3 is teacher employment. Teacher employment. Again, for those who are not familiar with the teacher employment process, after a student actually graduates a college or a university with a certification, that does not mean that they become a teacher automatically. They do have a certificate, but they have to take this exam, basically, to get employed by the government. Okay? So who's hiring? It's the Metro or the Provincial Office of Education. Okay? And who can apply it? Basically anyone who has, not anyone, but who has a certificate. You have to have a certificate to apply for this employment test. It's an open competition once a year. Competition actually is different by subject, by region, or what kind of position you're applying for. But last year in Seoul, secondary school was 8.6 to 1. So it's not an easy process to get employed as a teacher. There are 2 steps of the test. Basically, sometimes some provinces choose 3 steps. But first is a essay writing, a short answer question asking about the subject knowledge. And the second is the demonstration of a classroom practice and an interview, basically. I tell you this because I want to point out another issue that I think has been a long debate on teacher employment. Does a pencil paper exam ensure the quality of the teachers? That's a huge question that we always raise and ask, but seems that it's not changing. In this graph, this is a OECD PISA result or a database source that you can see that on the right hand, more teacher-directed instruction. This is more student-directed instruction. And you can see that this is learning. So what it means is that you want to be at the left-hand down corner to have more student-centered active learning based on the teachers. But Korea, you can see that is here, that the Korean teachers are more teacher-centered and more memory-centered teaching. So I question again that is pencil paper test or exam of employing teachers the best way we can do in recruiting or employing the quality teachers in Korea. Another issue is the competition As I said, it was in Seoul last year, it was about 8.6 to 1, and it's not easy. And as you see in this picture, many graduates and current students at the teacher training institutes, they rely on the private sectors for the test itself. So I know that it's generally that the students share a common idea. At least you need to take about a year at this private sector academies to get employed, to pass that employment test. So this open competition, of course, it has advantages that we are open to various different people who has a certificate, of course, various different people to come into the teaching profession. But is this competition guarantee the fairness of it? Will be another question that we need to address in the futures. Lastly, I will talk about the retaining of quality teachers. I looked into the presentation material proceedings this morning, and I saw some of the other speakers also mention about this, retaining. This is basically what a teacher career and professional development looks like, the basic ones in Korea. So after graduation, teachers get a grade 2 level teacher certificate and 3 years of minimum experience and minimum of 180 hours of professional development. They are positioned to become a grade 1 level school teacher. It's basically a promotion, grade 1 to grade 2, from grade 2 to grade 1 level teacher. Once you become a grade 1 teacher, minimum requirement again, you can apply for a vice principal position and then a principal position. And another track is the master teacher track. Okay? So very, very simple, basically. Very simple, not very curved or anything like that, but very linear. This is the teacher professional development. Okay? Basically, I think in my background and knowledge, this pretty much looks the same all around the world. Promotion, qualification training, of course, includes these pieces, and in-service training and special training. Of course, the structure of professional development looks exactly the same all around the world. So the problems that I would like to raise today is a very linear teacher promotion system. There are hundreds and hundreds of research saying that we need to more specify this certificates or the level or the promotions of the teachers for their motivation to learn and to improve, of course. Basically, this is it. This is the whole career, actually, of Korean teachers. So many experts, many research saying that this linear promotion system would not be able to motivate the teachers. And this competition process in the promotion, of course, a bottleneck, of course. Not many, very few in fact, very few teachers become vice principals, and master teachers. So very few are promoted to the next level. Most of the teachers end their career as a classroom teacher. Another question that I want to raise is increasing teacher turnover. Teacher turnover has not been an issue of Korean teacher policy for centuries. Basically, since the modern education came into Korea, teacher turnover was not an issue. But in recent years, in 2022, 2023, you can see that the number is increasing. Alarming numbers, especially is this. Less than 5 years of teaching experience teachers. So low-level teacher experienced teachers are quitting their jobs. This matches with the graph or the table that I showed you with the new generation's needs. Right? They're not fulfilled with their satisfaction in the teaching position. And of course, the number of primary teachers are the most. And it is actually steadily increasing.
What are the factors then? What are the factors? This is an ongoing study of mine which shows that female teachers are more likely to have early retirement, and their emotional exhaustion level, of course, is a huge factor in teacher burnout and teacher stress. These days became a huge issue. Number of students per class, so how many students they teach, is another factor that comes into the effect of teacher early turnover. Satisfaction and years of experience, of course, and monthly income too. Not yet, there are not much study about the income. And it is generally known that the teachers are not enoughly paid in Korea. And that is a general consensus of the teachers themselves. So those are the factors that at the individual level, and this shows the school level factors of early turnovers of the teachers. You can see that the difficulty of student guidance, which connects with school violence and some of the complaints by the parents, which was a huge issue a couple of years ago. And stress, of course, is a factor with the relationships with the parents, their colleagues, and their students as well. These all actually gives an implication what we would need to teach at the teacher education. Okay? Another factor is that I want to bring up, which is well known actually, is high participation in professional development, but very low satisfaction in teacher efficacy. I have been the project manager of this TALIS, OECD TALIS, several years ago, and it has not changed since. Nothing. Policy-wise, teacher education-wise, not much has have changed over the years. You can see that the participation rate in professional development of Korean teachers are extremely high, compared to other OECD countries. But their job satisfaction, their efficacy is not matching, actually, in comparison with their participation in professional development. And this is a very recent study, shows that the satisfaction level all goes down, and you can see that I regret becoming a teacher grew over the years. It's not changing. So this is a result of a longitudinal study of primary teachers collecting 2021 and 2023. So you can see that not much has been changing. You can see the pictures from the past and current, or the future, that we wish to have. Nothing has really changed in terms of the teachers, the most important factor in education, obviously. And this is something that some pieces or some of the ideas that in this today's conference must be shared, in my opinion, that more needs to be performance-based accountability, student-based learning, autonomy, of course, and not the procedural accountability, but the performance-based accountability. So the governments are restricting the teacher educations too much, in my opinion, and not having the autonomy at the school level. This is something that I want to raise as a question, but when we talk about teacher professionalism, it's not just about the content knowledge and the methods, teaching methods. I believe that, of course, we need the expertise, but also we need to have some social power, autonomy, based on that knowledge and skills that we have. And of course, in return, the teachers get the trust by the society. And I think this needs to be somehow included in the teacher education process as well. Okay. I have been a little bit in a rush, but I hope I gave you some message to think about today, and I'm very happy to take any answers or comments later on in the conference. Thank you very much.
예, 좋은 발표 감사드립니다. 예, 약간 시간이 조금씩 이제 딜레이되고 있습니다. 그죠? 뭐 우리가 하다 보면 이런 일이 또 생기는데 좋은 발표인 것 같습니다. 허주 박사님께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 자, 다음은 넥스트 프레젠트입니다. 태국에서 오신 타일랜드에서 콩켄 대학교에서 오신 마이트리 인프라시타 교수님께서 디지털 시대의 대학 기반 교사교육의 새로운 방향, 서브 타이틀은 개방적 접근을 결합한 변혁적 수업 연구라는 주제로 발표를 진행해 주시겠습니다. 예, 태국의 콩켄 대학교라고 있습니다. 콩켄에 있는 대학교인데요. 우리나라로 치면 우리나라의 이제 교원대학교라고 여러분들이 이해하시면 될 것 같습니다. 예, Professor Maitree Inprasitha, you have floor. And you have 20 or 25 minutes presentation time. Sorry, it's not enough for your delivery. Thank you. You have floor is yours.
A very good morning to everyone, and thanks for inviting me. I'm very happy to meet a number of my friends and colleagues. I'm sorry. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the president of KNUE and the organizing committee for inviting me to join this very important event. I would like to extend my congratulations on the 40th anniversary of KNUE. As you celebrate your success as a leading teacher education university in South Korea, I am very honored to witness this achievement. I have been involved with KNUE since 2005 and have participated in many collaborations such as the APEC lesson study projects from 2006 until now, and with the contribution of Professor Liu Hichan, the former president of KNUE. Since 2019, my university, Khon University, has joined the KNUE UNESCO Unit projects led by Professor Kim Young-hun, and the campus is the 6th program for student exchange. And as South Korea is leading in the global education in this era, and KNUE is an important part of this success, then I believe it is time to share this achievement and support the global South, and particular Southeast Asian country, especially in the Great Mekong sub-regions. My talks today draw from my long experience working in teachers' education in Thailand, and with organizations such as the APEC Human Resource Development Working Group, CMO Secretariat, and the GMS regions country, including Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Since we share some common challenges in teacher education, I hope my insights might be useful and make a small contribution to KNUE friends and colleagues when working with this country in teacher education. As Professor Marine Cochran-Smith addressed in the recent Dean Forums, university-based teacher education, not only in the US, but also worldwide, faces numerous challenges. This includes problems with curriculums, training method, learning approaches, and also policy implementation. A similar concern has been raised by CMO secretaries. One of their 7 priorities is to revitalizing teacher education to improve the quality and effectiveness of educators across the regions. This priority addressed the need for upgrading training program, promoting ongoing professional development, and integrating modern teaching methods and technology. More than 20 years ago, when the highly demanded skills for the 21st centuries were higher order thinkings and complex communications, I then proposed several critical issues in teacher education in Thailand. These include gaps within the teacher education system, lacks of innovation for teaching thinking skills rather than just knowledge transmission, and the absence of the R&D cycles for innovative research. Let me elaborate these major issues in teacher education in Thailand, which I believe are common challenges shared across CMOs and CLMV country. First, how can we bridge the gaps amongst teacher education systems? To me, teacher education system, I mean the prospective teacher education or pre-service teacher education, beginning teachers education, and also in-service teacher education. There are 2 major reasons for this gap. First, traditional teachers education programs allocate insufficient hours for student teachers to practice at demonstration schools or collaborative school. Second, why teacher educators conduct academic research in this school, their research merely inform practice but fail to create a meaningful impact, making these schools less suitable for student teachers' practical training. Regarding the second issue, why school teachers need innovative teaching methods to enhance 21st century skills in their students, most lack access to such innovation. Looking at our current situation, we can see there is a critical lack of research and innovation cycles in our teaching profession system. This cycle should connect 3 crucial curriculum levels, as we know: the intended curriculums, implemented curriculums, and also attained curriculums. These cycles require 4 key areas of R&D, such as content development, teacher education, professional development, and student learning assessment, and also the educational policy research. To address these challenges, we see the integration of knowledge, skill, and attitudes or attributes. The question marks in our diagrams point to an innovative approach. And this is what I will be sharing next based on our experience that many are still trying to discover. The traditional didactic triangles from the 20th century, which represent a very simple product-oriented approach-based relationship between the three elements: teacher, student, and content. In this model, the interaction was primarily one-directional, with the teachers delivering content to passive student. However, for the 21st centuries, we developed a new didactic triangles that better reflects modern educational need. This enhanced model transforms the basics element into dynamics process. Academic research in teacher education at universities has made limited contribution to addressing the complexities of modern classroom practice, especially in developing mathematical thinkings or computational thinking skills needed for the fourth industrial revolution. As an initiative for long-term development in innovation for education, we established a long-term goal through the Thailand 30 Years project to transform lesson study into Thai school. These projects involve collaborations among international community, including the APEC lesson study groups, World Associations of Lesson Study, and other regional organizations such as Simeo Center and also CLMV country. For 12 years, from 2006 until 2018, I myself have been overseeing the APEC lesson study projects involving 20 APEC member economy. In these projects, we create a lesson study network among teacher educators, school teachers, policymakers, and other stakeholders to collaboratively develop innovative teaching for mathematical thinking by adapting and transforming the Japanese lesson study approach for their school. This is the idea that we try to develop innovation, the model for bridging the three gaps I mentioned earlier. This becomes a new direction of teacher education in Thailand, and also as a school-based professional learning community in Thailand. This photo shows a group of people working together for the last 12 years. The core concept of this project was utilize a Japanese lesson study which emphasized how teachers learn together as a model of good practice. We then create a cycles of learning at the school level for continuous professional development. The ultimate goal was to create a school-based professional learning community, moving away from the traditional models where teachers work in isolation. After 12 years, I developed the TLSOA. This is shortened for Transformative Lesson Study Incorporated with Open Approach. I create the integration of 4 steps of open approach at the teaching approach and the 3 steps of the lesson study. This become a method to bridge the gap within the teacher education system. As you can see in these figures. The TLSOA is an innovative model for teacher education in Thailand, with 17 participating universities. The model has created an R&D cycles and established a multi-level professional learning community operating at the school, district, national, and also international level. And this figure shows a network of teacher education institutes across the country. And the features of the TLSOA, as I mentioned, is a multi-levels of professional learning community. It started with the school levels. I create a weekly cycles of learning. This become a foundation to move a school's based professional development. And later at the third levels, for each semester, we also have another levels of PLC. And then yearly cycles of learning, we organize the national open class and also in other levels for international. You can see in these figures, we use, the continuums of this multi-level. We use open class to connect each level from PLC level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because we try to use open class to unpack the complexity of classroom practice in every levels of PLC. This is the features of TLSOA model. And this is the most basic and foundations of the first and second level at the school. As I mentioned, we integrate the 4 step of how the innovative teaching methods, and I call this open approach, and the 3 step for lesson study, how the teacher working together and create these cycles is weekly cycle. It's completely different from a Japanese lesson study. I create a new model. So each participating teacher education institute establish a collaborative school for long-term research collaboration using TLSOA modules. Student teachers are placed in this collaborative school from their first year through the final years, and then they spend 1 year internship in the last years, in the final years, before they graduate. We also create a teacher network for beginning teachers to work together. It looks like this. The interconnected systems that shape our educator is arising from the connection between teacher education system, teaching profession system, and also teacher development system. At the heart of this process is the collaboration between teacher training institutes and the school. This partnership is essential for preparing school to become effective teacher training environment. One of critical components of this preparation includes developing mentor teachers who will guide and support new educators throughout their journey. Additionally, we recognize the importance of practical experience. A student will engage in practice teachings from first year, second year, and third year. Allow them to develop a vital professional skill. During this time, they will refine their observation, reflection skills, and among others, which are crucial for their growth as educators. This is the government projects, and if comparing the demographics of the students and a school in Thailand this year. We face similar problems. Our student has been decreased every year. The number of teachers, we about 400,000, and the first grade student, I mean the newcomer to the school, is around 500,000 for first grade student. Our home ground teacher scholarship program, this is the government scholarship program, aims to strengthen local education by recruiting 4,000 teachers annually to work in their home provinces. These teachers commit to 3 years of local service with opportunity for further professional development through scholarship in Thailand or abroad. Looking at our current education structure, primary education from the backbone of our system, serving over 4 million students nationwide. And our recent data showed continuing demand for first grade education with over 460,000 students. And this innovative model has had significant impacts at the policy level from 2017 to 2023, with 17 teacher education institutes participating in the project and working with more than 300 schools across all regions of Thailand. We are now preparing for the second phase of this project during 2025 and 2035, which will expand the work with every teacher education institute to produce 2,000 government scholarship recipients annually throughout this 10-year project. Strengthen both teacher education institute network and also school network across the country. This is the idea. The project proposed that each education institute establish a teacher training school, formerly called a collaborative school, according to the following model. This model aims to strengthen both teacher education system and the teaching profession system. The new teacher education program for this mega project will shift from a content-based curriculum to a competency-based curriculum. The program has been designed as a modular learning unit, where each learning unit can be certified as one set of skills. Our skill-based curriculum consists of multiple integrated modules. Each module is designed to earn a skill certificate or digital badge, representing a specific competencies again. It look like this. This is the sets of skill. Looking at our competency framework, we identify essential skill for modern teachers, from collaborative team skill to critical thinking. What unique about this approach is that even non-degree participants can earn this skill certification, making professional development more accessible and flexible. This what we decide for this new teacher education program. The core of our programs revolves around core teachings and strategic partnership. We use a structured approach called TLSOA. These frameworks serve 4 key purposes: bridging gap in teacher education, enhancing 21st century skill, fostering international collaboration, and strengthening professional learning community. a little bit changed my PowerPoint in the book, in the proceeding. While expanding the innovative models in Thailand, we are fortunate that KNUE, under the leadership of Professor Kim Young-hoon, invited us to join the KNUE UNESCO UNITWIN project in 2019. This project involves 7 universities across 6 countries, working to improve the quality of teacher education. The projects aim to support each country in improving teacher education quality in alignment with SDG 4 and 17. During the past 6 years of these projects, we have shared our experience from the ASPEC projects and have learned a lot from this collaboration. The unique aspect of UNITWIN project is that we design it to have various activity and more flexibility for participating members to share and learn together. At the beginning stage, we established inbound and outbound program for visiting professors and lecturers for teachers. We started with international seminar during the COVID and have now progressed to organize the international conference. We developed a content for teacher training and also have initiated joint research based on our common practice. This year in August and October, Kaen University successfully co-host the UNITWIN project. And we are now strengthening our collaboration among participating university and country. Every participating university representing their respective country is willing to co-host activity with the UNITWIN project. I hope the UNITWIN project will continue to support the KNUE great contribution to the development of quality teacher education in this digital era. Once again, I congratulate KNUE on the 40th anniversary and commend its leading roles and achievement. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Maitree Inprasitha, with your valuable address. And thank you very much for our previous 2 presenters. And we're gonna talk. We have already talked about the modus operandi issues with the ad hoc and ad hoc issues topics in the fact environment on education or digital education. And the final presenters for today morning session is from the United States with the online platforms. So the presenter's name is Professor Andy Hegeribus, working in the Boston College in the state. Andy, do you hear me?
I can hear you very well, yes.
Right. Okay, it's very well, personally, it's very honored to meet you, even though we are talking about on online. Yes, and I believe you are not coming to midnight in eastern side of United States. Even though the geographical distance with the time differences, thank you very much for joining today's international conference. So, and now you have around 25 presentation time. I'm sorry, it's not enough for your delivery of your ideas. However, please keep the presentation time. So, okay, so Professor Andy Hegeribus, you have flowers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. I am delighted to be contributing to your 40th conference. I've been working with Korean educators on and off for a number of years now, and I know that many of you have read the books by Professor Dennis Shirley and myself on the fourth way of educational change. And Professor Shirley also has been one of the two evaluators of the Hyukshin network of innovative schools, for which South Korea is particularly famous. I've been asked to speak to you about the past, present, and future of teacher education, and we have about 25 minutes to do that. So let's get started and see what that means for you. So earlier this year, in February of 2024, the United Nations published a report on the future of teaching, on transforming the teaching profession. This was commissioned by the Secretary General at the end of the United Nations General Assembly in November of 2023 in New York. And with the International Labour Organization, they realized that there was a global crisis in the teaching profession, a crisis of recruitment of new teachers, a crisis of retention of existing teachers, and a crisis of motivation of all teachers within the profession. So they formed a panel of 17 former ministers and union leaders, and they reported at the start of this year. We're going to talk about some of the things that they said, but it might be helpful for you to be thinking, if you were to make one recommendation, they made 59 recommendations. But if you were to make one recommendation on improving the teaching profession, then what would that recommendation be? If I were in person with you, I'd ask you to turn to a partner and to talk to them for a couple of minutes. But you might have in your head while I'm speaking, like one big recommendation that you would have for improving the teaching profession. As part of this process, the United Nations commissioned 6 expert papers. And I had one of those expert papers, and their recommendations, their other recommendations, and the other expert papers said many things about improving the profession that people have been saying for many years. Improve the pay of teachers, improve the status of teachers. Both of these have been quite good in South Korea compared to other countries. Improve the workload of teachers so they don't feel overwhelmed. Pay attention to the well-being of teachers so that they're not overworked, but they have some kind of balance within their life. So these recommendations, most of the recommendations were around these areas of workload and time and status and pay and well-being. I had a different recommendation and in my paper, and we'll come to that shortly, and it is part of the conclusions of the UN report. But what I wanted to do first was just to remind you with this article from Korea Times, very recently, just last month, that the crisis of recruitment and retention in the teaching profession is also a crisis in your own country, in South Korea. And here, the journalist reporting on this says pay, status, and respect, declining behavior amongst many of our students. We're finding in many countries, by the way, that since COVID-19, there are not only increased behavior problems, but there's a global crisis of attendance of students. Many students are not coming to school anymore, or if they are coming to school, They're coming into school to meet their friends, but they're not going into classes to be with their teachers. So in a way, there's a crisis of student retention as well as teacher retention. And in many ways, they're the same crisis, because what COVID did was got many people to raise the question of, why should I go to work? Why should I go to school? It's been a habit, but is it a good habit or a bad habit? So the students and the teachers have been questioning the job of learning and the job of teaching, and whether it should be done anymore in the way that it has always been done before. And here we see the statistics. 86% of young educators in Korea have considered leaving the profession, in this case due to dissatisfaction with their salaries. So it's a global problem, and it's a Korean problem. And how should we address this? Well, to understand it, because I've been asked to talk about the past as well as the future of the teaching profession, I want to make a distinction, and I hope this translates well, between being a professional and being professional. Being a professional in teaching, this was something I first wrote about in 1996. Being a professional in teaching is really about your status, about your expertise, about the respect that people have for you. If you're a professional like a doctor or an engineer, for example, being professional is about your conduct, is about the way you are as a person, is about the judgments you make. So if you're being a professional, you're making judgments based on many years of experience. You're making judgments based on conversations and understandings with your colleagues. And you're making judgments based on research evidence, the evidence of published research and the evidence of your own inquiry. So these two things, being a professional, your status, and being professional, which is about your judgment, your way of being, they're not the same, and they don't always go together. Sometimes they're contradictory. Let's look at this a bit more. Michael Fullen and I, in 2012, tried to capture some of the issues of the teaching profession in our book, which has been translated into many languages, called Professional Capital. The idea of professional capital was very simple, that like all other kinds of capital, financial capital, for example, if you want to get a return on anything, you have to make an investment in it. And so if you want to get a good return on your teachers and teaching in terms of the quality of what they do and the outcomes of their students, then you have to invest in teachers. And we talked about 3 ways of investing in teachers. Human capital, how we invest in teachers as individuals, their training, their qualifications, their standard of a university degree, their levels of skill, their emotional intelligence. This is how we think about teachers as individuals. Social capital is the capital that teachers have when they're together. We'll come on to this in a few minutes, but the evidence is very strong that when teachers in general, when teachers work together, when they access each other's expertise, and when they can support each other when they're struggling or the students aren't behaving or things are going badly, social capital adds value to human capital. You can become a better teacher simply because of who your colleagues are and how you interact with them. And you can also become a worse teacher because of who your colleagues are and how badly you're interacting with them, or if you're not interacting with them at all. And the third one is decisional or decision-making capital. And this is about how teachers develop their judgment. This is being professional, how they develop their judgment on their expertise over time. So this means not just spending 2 or 3 years in teaching, but having a lot of practice so you become better at what you do, and taking on new experiences and new challenges so you extend and stretch what you do at the same time. These three things together make up what Michael Fullen and I call professional capital, a new idea not only in teaching, but in the whole field of social science and business as well. So the way we can get at why professional capital is important is to go back to an article I wrote in the year 2000 called, which is 25 years ago now almost, though I think a lot of it still holds true, called 4 Ages of Professionalism, where I looked historically at mainly Western English-speaking countries, although many people tell me this applies to other countries as well, of about 4 ages periods through which the teaching profession has moved. And as I'm speaking about this other history, you might want to imagine or figure out where South Korea has been in these 4 ages of professionalism. So the stages might be the same or different. The periods that the stages apply to might be the same or different. So just be thinking when I'm speaking about how this does or does not apply to you. In the first stage, really before teaching was truly a profession, teaching was seen as a craft, as something very practical, as something you picked up from other people by learning, by going through the ropes, as we say in English, by learning things in practice, by sitting alongside them. That begins when teachers were students and they could see the teacher teaching on the other side of the desk. But then in time, when you're learning to teach, it takes place by watching another teacher and by learning alongside another teacher. Teaching is mainly a question of experience. It's not a question of theory. It's not a question of philosophy. It's not a question of research. It's something practical that you pick up from other people by watching them doing it and by experimenting trial and error yourself. And through this, though, what happens is there's an English saying, practice makes perfect. But what we find through this is practice simply repeats practice. So traditional practice gets repeated from teacher to teacher, from generation to generation, and nothing changes profoundly within the profession. That's the pre-professional age. Round about the 1970s in English-speaking countries, there was then a move to make teaching into a profession like medicine or engineering or architecture, for example. So now it was required that teachers would not just go to a training college, but would have university degrees. They would be graduates, and they would have experience on training on top of that. So a lot of emphasis was made that teachers should be like other professionals and should have a lot of autonomy, a lot of independence in terms of being able to make their own judgments about their own practice in their own schools and classrooms. There should be more theory, more research, more reading. This is part of what having a degree behind teaching is important so that teaching has some kind of respected knowledge base. And in this age of the autonomous professional, there was sometimes innovation in some places, but because there was autonomy, there was no collective responsibility. This innovation didn't really spread from one place to another. We also found that when teachers did professional learning, they usually did it from books, they did it away from their own school, and they didn't take what they'd learned back into their own school so that it changed their practice. Most teachers continued to teach in a traditional way, though a few experimented with alternative ways of teaching. Is this the age that you are in? Dan Lorty at this time, an American sociologist, said that this culture of teaching, or these two cultures, these two ages of teaching, were characterized by what he called presentism, which means you're always with the children all day, so it's hard to look up and reflect on what you were doing. Individualism, you mainly teach alone, you don't have access to other people's ideas. And this led to conservatism, which meant, again, that because teachers were very busy all the time and they had to deal with this by themselves, that their practices stayed, in most cases, fairly traditional. So because of this, people thought, well, if individualism leads to conservatism, let's attack that. Let's attack the individualism of teaching and create these things that your previous speaker talked about, professional learning communities or cultures of collaboration. And so in the 1980s and 90s, we went into a culture of collaborative professionalism. Here, we tried to structure teaching and teacher education so that this was not something done individually or with a single mentor, but was done collectively as a community, that it was informed by theory and research, but often inquiry was performed by teachers together, like in the examples of lesson study we saw with Professor Inprasitha. So there was an embedded culture of collaboration. Here we'd say in this culture, unlike some professional learning communities, collaboration is not just in meetings, but it really is part of everything we do, all the judgments we make, all the decisions we make. We do professional learning together a lot of the time, not just alone. We have autonomy still from the bureaucracy, but we have less autonomy from each other. We're part of a wider culture. We're not just defined by what we do in the classroom. And we engage in inquiry and reflection together. Michael O'Connor and I, in our book, Collaborative Professionalism, really talk about this as having two components. One is a relational component, an informal component. So the really strong collaboration is about high trust amongst fellow teachers, strong supportive relationships, a sense of loyalty to your school and each other, and informality, for example, around food or relationships or conversation. The collaboration is not always in meetings. The worst of professional learning communities are that everything's always in meetings or formal learning sessions. But in collaborative professionalism, there's a strong informal element as well. But this goes alongside structured elements of collaboration, like lesson study in the previous session, or collaborative planning, for example, or peer review of each other's work, or meetings to decide on common assessments so that we all judge people's work in the same way, or innovation teams, for instance. So here there are structures, there are protocols as there are in lesson study about how to give good feedback. People have clear roles, clear responsibilities. So the important thing about a culture of collaborative professionalism is not just meetings and formal processes, and it's not just informal conversation, but it is the formal and the informal together, what theorists many decades ago called the theory Y of management and the theory X of management. So I hope you've got this so far. This is the third age, the culture of the collaborative professionalism, which has both informal and formal elements and can manifest itself in many different ways, not just one. The fourth age is the one we should worry about. This is one you're seeing in England, one you're seeing in the United States, and one you're seeing in other countries as well. This comes about when governments want to reduce the cost of public education by lowering the standards for teaching and by lowering the qualifications for teaching and by lowering the respect for teaching as well. In this deprofessionalized world, which South Korea should watch out for, training takes place in schools, not universities, or a combination of schools and universities. Qualifications are relaxed. Many teachers who come in don't have degrees at first. They start teaching even before they're prepared properly. In some cases, they train online rather than training in person. And this tends to come along with policies that narrow the practice of teaching to fairly formal, from the front kinds of pedagogies, or defining lessons as having to have three parts: an introduction, and then some discussion or group work in the middle, and then a closing summary at the end. This is a deprofessionalized view, and it's practiced by many governments and has been supported by organizations like the World Bank to try and reduce the cost of teaching and reduce the cost of teacher education by also reducing what we expect of teaching and learning. So instead, in the final part of this talk, I want to offer a vision of something different, which was in the original article, but still remains important. It's got elements of the collaborative professional, but it's also got something more. It's about reinventing the profession so that we focus on student engagement, not just student achievement, how excited our students are about their learning, so they want to attend after COVID-19. We talk about student innovation, like the Hyukshin schools, but also teacher innovation, so that teachers get as engaged as their students. Talk about a culture where there is, as in the collaborative professional, less bureaucracy, but more interdependence collectively among teachers with each other, and where we innovate not just for the students' benefit, but we also innovate for the teacher's benefit and the benefit of the profession. This was my recommendation to the United Nations panel, which appears in their recommendation on these two publications here in the Australian Educational Leader and in the Worlds of Education website for Education International. There I said, what we need is more innovation, more cultures of innovation, rather than more impositions of innovations from the outside. We need to think of many ways of innovating, not just one, many ways of collaborating, not just one, not just lesson study, not just professional learning communities, but many ways of collaborating together that serves all students and that moves knowledge around within the school, but also through networks between schools and across schools. And within the last 2 years, we implemented this insight through a Lego Foundation project based at the University of Ottawa in Canada, where I'm a visiting professor, to improve learning and engagement and well-being for young people who had been especially vulnerable during COVID-19. These will be students who are poor, students who are a second language, immigrant students, but many students who have struggles with success normally. We focused on the middle years, and the purpose of the project was to create 41 school teams all across Canada, where the teams would work together in teams of 4 to develop innovations that fit their schools and that would serve their students. These could be screen-based innovations, digital ones, machine-based innovations like robotics, or green innovations that might take students outdoors for gardening or learning on the land or engaging with nature and sustainability, for example. So crucial to all this was our idea of how these teams might work together. And when we looked at the schools, we found that there were different ways for these teams to work. And I just want to give you 4 quick examples and then draw this presentation to a close. So here's a school, for example, where they organized a film festival. They wrote their scripts, they acted them out, they dressed up in costumes, they edited, they used a green screen to film their acting. They learned coding so that they could edit what it was that they'd filmed, and then they presented it to the community. The drivers of this project, this innovative project, were the 4 teachers you see in the bottom left. They're a very dynamic team, but really they were isolated within the rest of their school. They were very good at energizing each other, but the rest of the school wondered, this looks like a lot of work. It might be easier to teach a set curriculum. Even the principal wasn't very interested in what these teachers were doing. So the teachers had the capacity to lead each other in innovation, in a collaborative culture, but they did not have the capacity to bring in other teachers who were skeptical. It would have needed another person, like a very strong, inspiring principal, to enable that to happen. In a second school, I'm going to show you just 4 examples. Here's a school where the principal felt many of the teachers were old, they were near retirement, they couldn't change. So instead of focusing on learning and changing learning through innovation in the school, she focused on well-being, on improving the student's sense of well-being by, for example, creating this calming room on the left, where students, when they were angry or frustrated or anxious, could go to calm down so that they'd be better behaved when they came back to class. Or they had flags to welcome students from many different parts of the world who came into their school. So they did make progress in well-being, but like a lot of schools I know, when the leaders feel they don't have the ability to change their teachers and how the teachers teach, they'll focus on well-being instead of focusing on teaching, rather than in addition to focusing on teaching and learning. And then the third was this school, which decided in a poor community to grow healthy food for the community. They grew it indoors in the winter. They distributed it to the community. They wrote recipes of their own. They attached QR codes to the recipes so they could listen to music that was linked to the recipes. They did all this. And one of the teachers, though, who was in the team, really didn't want to be in the team at first. She wanted to teach literacy and reading in a very structured way and didn't feel that her students at 12 years old should be playing with growing food at all. But the principal, who the teacher trusted, kept trying to persuade the teacher that no, she was the one. She needed to do this. And eventually the teacher said, look, because you're asking me, I'll do it, but I want to tell you, it won't work. It will not be, I'll do it, but it will not be successful. However, I asked the teacher what the result was, and she said, once she started, she had no idea before just what her students were capable of doing as learners in her class. It took a principal to change a skeptical teacher, a doubtful teacher. It's hard for other teachers to persuade doubtful teachers. It's more likely that a principal can do this. So I've given you 3 examples here from our 41 schools of different ways of approaching innovation. The teachers can't do it alone. They can't persuade other teachers who are doubtful. Only the enthusiasts who are already enthusiasts are able to make this work. If the principal feels they don't have the power to change the teachers, then they're likely to focus on something else like well-being instead of the learning. But a good principal can work with great teachers, leading from the top and leading with the teachers together to make an effective culture of innovation. Innovation that will engage the students and improve attendance. Innovation that will engage the teachers and retain them in teaching. If we want to keep our teachers in teaching, if we want to reinvent the profession in this 4th age, we have to make school an exciting place for teachers to want to come to, as well as students wanting to come to. We have to change, not just make the work of teaching easier or better paid. We have to change how the work of teaching feels, and creating cultures of innovation in every school, principals and teachers together is the way to do that. And you know, you're already doing this in your Hyokshin schools. Here are Deok-soon from Boston College, one of my colleagues, and Dennis Shirley, one of my other colleagues, who have evaluated the Hyokshin schools and seen the contribution that they've made to the Korean educational landscape. What they found, though, was a lot of variation in the quality of what was going on in these schools. So you have the idea, you have many of the schools already doing the work. Now you need to connect these schools together more and to embed them in the policy more. So it's not just some schools, it's many schools, not just the teachers who are already enthusiastic, but those who have been a little bit skeptical as well. This is the 4th age of professionalism that we need to reinvent. If we don't do this, what will happen is teaching will have lower status, less pay, become more narrow, become deprofessionalized. The answer is not to do nothing. The answer is to reinvent the profession so that teachers want to go to school just as much as their students do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Your presentation, from my personal view, has been so active, so energetic. However, you addresses to break status quo issues and topic in education in South Korea and also across global society. And personally, I'm very impressed with your insight. For example, professionalism. This is the first time to heard the technical terms, but it's the professionalism with the practicalities for sharing and collaborations with us in this floor and with you and any other educational expert across the world. And finally, I really hope to say not nice to meet you, but good to see you again. Good to see you in KEDI with the in-person venue in next time. Please keep in touch, and thank you very much again for joining this international conference. Thank you very much. Good night, sir.
Bye-bye.
I have several announcements from the local committee members. This is in English, but now I will say in Korean. 이제 이 세션이 마쳤고요. 한 4가지 정도 어나운스먼트가 있겠습니다. 여기 계시는 분. 첫 번째 어나운스먼트는 질문이 있으실 수 있잖아요. 그죠? 여러분 질문 있으시면 아까 제가 말씀드린 대로 포스트잇에 적어서 패널이 로비에 있습니다. 그 패널에 붙여주시고요. 그러면 맨 마지막 세션 라운드 테이블 디스커션에 활용하도록 하겠습니다. 그 다음 두 번째 에듀텍 그 전시가 지금 되고 있습니다. 그런데 점심시간이 12시 반에서 1시 반 사이는 에듀텍 전시도 클로즈 된다 그럽니다. 이제 그거 이해해 주시고요. 그 다음에 통역 리시버는 일단 반납을 해 주십시오. 입구에. 그리고 오후에 다시 가져가시면 됩니다. 이게 이제 분실의 위험 때문에 그렇다는 걸 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 예, 그리고 1시 반 이후에 점심 식사하시고 2시에 시작합니다. 근데 이제 쉬는 시간에 체험 부스하고 포스트 세션에 많은 참여하고 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 오후 세션은 2시부터 진행되고요. 참여자분들은 나가시면서 식권을 받아서 학생 식당에 가서 식사를 해주시면 되겠습니다. 예, 그렇게 해주시고 여기 오늘 오신 귀빈들은 저희가 따로 모시도록 하겠습니다. Thank you again for participating to today morning's international conference session, and I will see you at 2 o'clock for the second session in the afternoon. Adjourn this conference to 2 o'clock p.m. Thank you. 예, 이제 곧 2부 순서를 시작하겠습니다. 장 외에 계신 분들은 들어오셔서 착석해 주시기 부탁드립니다. 예, 지금 바깥에 체험 부스를 관람하고 계신 분들이 많이 계신 것 같습니다. 그래서 시간이 조금 지연되고 있는데요. 제가 2시 5분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 바깥에 안내요원들께서는 장외에 계신 선생님들 안쪽으로 유도해 주시길 부탁드립니다. 네, 그러면 지금부터 2부 순서를 시작하겠습니다. 저는 2부 사회를 맡은 한국교원대학교의 김현욱이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 예, 시작에 앞서 안내 말씀 먼저 드리겠습니다. 지금 강연을 들으시는 와중에 드는 생각이나 본인의 의견 혹은 코멘트들을 지금 나눠드린 포스트잇에 적으셔가지고 뒤에 출입구 쪽에 배치되어 있는 보드에다가 붙여주시면 이따 모든 발표가 끝난 후에 토크 컨서트에서 그 내용을 좀 다루도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 지금 나가셔서 왼쪽에 보면 포스트 세션이 있으니까 역시 이동하는 와중이나 여유 되실 때 살펴봐 주시고 투표도 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 시간이 되었으므로 오후 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오후 세션에서는 국내에 대한 내용과 더불어서 유럽과 그리고 미국의 사례를 살펴보는 시간이 되겠습니다. 먼저 유럽의 교사교육 동향 및 연구라는 주제로 헬싱키 대학에서 자리 라보넨 교수님께서 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주기 바랍니다.
Okay, dear teacher educators, dear researchers, students, friend of teacher education, it's my great honor to be invited here and introduce you something about European teacher education and especially teacher education research. So I was asked to take a look for the whole Europe. It's a huge area. There are many, many countries and quite huge diversity. So I am afraid I'm not able to introduce all, but something. And first, of course, I would like to congratulate the Kaen UI for the 40-year anniversary celebration. Our faculty just celebrate 50-year anniversary. So our faculty is the youngest faculty of the University of Helsinki, and the whole university is nowadays 400 years old. So let me start. So here is the map. You can see the Europe. It's quite large area from the Atlantic Ocean to Ural Mountain. I'm not focusing to the whole Europe. I'm mainly focusing to the European Union area because data from the Union is quite easily accessible. All those Russian, Ukraine, Belarus countries, they are not so easily accessible for me. And then because the Europe is very large, I take most of my examples from the northern part of the Europe. Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Iceland. So I was asked to tell about teacher education as such, how it is done, how it is developed in Europe, and then about research in teacher education. What are our research topics and how we are doing it? So these 4 topics and then some discussion. European Union decided in 2000 in Bologna, it's a city in Italy, that we should have more coherence in teacher education and all university level education in Europe. It was decided that we should split our university degrees to model 3+2, 3-year bachelor, 2-year master. So countries have made progress during the last 25 years, but still there is quite huge diversity. And I think never we will achieve this kind of common aim, but that's an orientation. At the same time, it was decided that at bachelor level, we should focus to the transversal or generic competencies, how to learn, how to support own learning, collaboration, solving problems, that kind of things. And the idea was also that it should be more easy to change from bachelor level studies from one country to another European country. So we were looking for mobility inside Europe. But these ideas have very much guided, at least in my university, the discussions, and we have followed the idea, and we have very much also emphasized the transversal competencies in bachelor level teacher education. Europe, or European Union now, I'm talking about the European Union, not the whole Europe. It has given a lot of information to the member state. It is also collecting data, so in European Union web pages you can also find answer to almost any question you have in your mind, what's happening in a country, a certain country. But it's also guiding us, so in 2019, Union published so-called key competencies, they give a new name to the transversal or generic competencies, or earlier they were called 21st century competencies. But we have key competencies, and two first are actually, they are not so-called transversal so much, they are more focusing to the subject. So we need more multilingual competencies. So the idea is that every European should have competence in 3 languages, the mother tongue and 2 foreign languages. And STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, are important for the employability. All those competencies are somehow introduced from the point of view of employability of the people. So everybody should find a good job, a good career. But citizenship, that kind of European dimension is important. Entrepreneurship, so it's not possible to get a profession in companies. You have to find our own way, cultural awareness and that kind of things. So they have guided a lot, teacher education also inside Europe. But in addition, we have, of course, specific aims in Europe for teacher education. This is Teacher Education Policy and Practice Network, published own aims. European Union has a little bit older ones. They are the most new one. They are emphasizing the subject and pedagogy. But you can see that most of the competencies this framework is emphasizing are somehow from out of the classroom. So teachers need various competencies for collaboration, for networking, for going from one school to another school in European level. Leadership is also mentioned as a teacher competence, so teachers should be very active nowadays in leadership activities at the school. And lifelong learning is emphasized. UNESCO is also emphasizing, of course, the lifelong learning. So in teacher education, we are always discussing that, okay, we are not educating teachers to the next 5 year, 10 year. We are educating for the whole career, 40 year maybe nowadays. And that's why teachers should be equipped with the leadership and learning to learn competencies. There are nice summaries how it's done in Europe and what are the future scenarios, but always those documents in European Union, they are emphasizing that teachers are the key in education. How bright, how brilliant teachers we have, that influence the learning of the next generation. They support the students' learning, but also nowadays we are discussing more and more about well-being. How well-being students are. Do they have stress? We are avoiding that. On the other hand, we know that stress is needed for learning, so it's a little bit difficult to balance between the positive and negative sides of the stress. And the documents emphasize again and again those competencies needed for lifelong learning, and attitudes also are emphasized. And the quality, of course, is important in education. However, European countries are looking quality in different ways. There is not only one way how we are aiming to have good quality in education, but quality as such is emphasized. But the documents are actually not giving so direct guidelines how to look for good quality in education. So I personally think that there are 2 main approaches for quality in education. So we have, and now we talk about teacher education, quality in teacher education. And quite many countries are aiming to have good quality in education through controlling the output. Having the accreditation at state level, having inspectorate system, external evaluation, testing of the students, evaluation of the teachers. So somehow looking how it is going on in the classroom, how it is going on with the students, teachers in the teacher launch. And also the funding, it depends on the outcomes. So quite many countries are following that, but there are also in Europe countries which are more emphasizing the input. So that we, for example, my country, Finland, we are emphasizing the input. We are select the best candidates to teacher education. We are offering master level 5-year education for all teachers. We are guiding student teachers and teachers at school for collaborative planning, self-assessment is important, not external assessment. And of course, the funding models are also guiding. So as I mentioned, Nordic countries like Finland, Germany, Spain, and Slovenia, they are following very much these input approaches. But for example, Luxembourg, Malta, United Kingdom, Scotland also in some level are controlling the output. So there are two very different type of approaches, and European Union is just emphasizing that we should look for good quality in education. Then about structure of teacher education, it's mainly happening, okay, first again, there's variation, but it's mainly happening in higher education institutes and quite often at universities. But there are different models, and in many countries the primary teachers and kindergarten teachers are trained at college type of institutes. And then, because in most European countries there is lack of teachers, you don't have that problem in South Korea, neither we have. But in many countries there are alternative pathways to teacher profession. And then another view is that you can make the teacher education inside one master. So the pedagogical studies and studies in the subject are inside the master, or you can make the teacher certificate or professional studies after the master you have done. So there are two types of approaches. This is a big picture, so it's not possible to go to the detail, but I think there is a message for us. How we are educating, this is about lower secondary teachers who are teaching from grade 7 to 9, 13 to 16 years old students. This gray color means that the teacher education is in bachelor level. Even the European Union is pushing member states to the master level education. Half of the countries in Europe have bachelor level teacher education, and half has master level education. And these two other signs in the picture is that almost in every country there are these two types of models. The professional studies or pedagogical studies are inside the master, but almost every country has possibility to make the studies after the degree, bachelor or master level degree. So even in this picture you can see that there is huge variation, and the teacher education vary between 3 and 6.5 years. So it's also quite long time some countries are using. Maybe the optimum is some kind of 5-year studies in teacher education. I give some practical slides how it is done. For example, this is in Finland, how primary teachers are educated in Finland. The study points, they are not the same as in South Korea. In my memory, okay, maybe it's better you remember that 300 is 5 years, 60 is 1 year. So the meaning is not the same. Maybe we have the double or you have half or vice versa. But anyway, 60 is 1 year. So students are having about 2.5 year studies in education or educational sciences. There are different kind of studies like pedagogy, history and philosophy of education, sociology of education, research methodology, because every teacher student in Finland have to make bachelor thesis and master thesis. And teaching practices inside, it's about 1/3 of the year, divided to 2 parts. And then the second study is about the teaching and learning of specific subjects, and then minor subject and communication language studies. Some countries in Europe have exactly the same model. This is from Slovenia, which is a southern part of Europe. So it's not the southern part is the similar and the northern part is similar. There is variation in many ways. But they have the similar structure. Educational studies about 2 years, then subject-specific studies 1 year, and minor studies. There are also this type of bachelor degree studies in primary teacher education. This is from Germany. They have this pedagogy about 2 years, and then something about subject about 1 year, and that's all. And this is now a secondary teacher. Secondary teachers are teaching in Europe from grade 7 to 12. And it's a similar structure, but the content is very different. The educational studies is only 1 year in this Helsinki model. We call it pedagogical studies, yellow one. And then the major can be the subject like physics and minor like chemistry. There is much less studies in the minor than in major, but altogether this gives you qualification for teaching 2 subjects. In Germany, they have more balance. They have equal amount of studies in the physics and chemistry or history and social science, but they have more studies in education. So it's a lot of variation. In some countries, the secondary teachers have only bachelor level studies. This is an Austrian model. Teaching subject 1, teaching subject 2, and then educational studies. So it's not possible to introduce all European countries, but you get some idea that, okay, in primary level, education is important. 2.5 years is for education, and then some 1 year or 1.5 years for the subject, and then some minor studies they can choose by themselves. In secondary teacher education, it's about 1 to 2 years in pedagogy, and then the subject studies are important. So the primary teachers are more generalist and secondary teachers are more subject-oriented people. This is again a big picture in Europe. You already know that there is variation how long are the studies, but here you can see how much there are these kind of professional studies or pedagogical studies. It's the green color from 1 year to 2 years. In some countries there is very little, and in some countries you can go work as a teacher without any pedagogy. And then the teaching practice at school, there is variation from 0 to almost 1 year. There is also variation. And school practice is in most programs in Europe. I was preparing myself and reading different documents from the Europe, what the countries are emphasizing. So this is my subjective interpretation of the pedagogy. What is important in pedagogy, in teacher education studies? So the different domains of teacher knowledge are important. The pedagogical content knowledge or pedagogy didactics is maybe most important. But the willingness and skill to integrate subject and pedagogy together while you are planning a lesson and while you are reflecting. The professionalism, it has been mentioned here. I think it's in general the ideology or identity, professional identity in planning, implementing and assessing. And European Union emphasized the quality. The assessment means not only assessment of students, but also teachers should be very willing and able to assess their own teaching. Dimensions, social, philosophical, psychological, sociological, they are coming more and more important. We have more heterogeneity in classrooms in Europe. A lot of people coming from other societies should understand the conditions where they are coming and how they are living, how to support them. Also the historical basis for education. Reflection, it's very much connected to the lifelong learning. I emphasized in the beginning that in strategic documents, the lifelong learning is important. And we in teacher education, in theory, and especially in teaching practice, we are guiding student teachers to learn, to reflect how it's going on in my class, what I have success, where I have to make progress. I have participated so many European level projects, more than 10, where I met all European countries. And I know that this is very important, not only in Finland, but in other European countries. And again and again, potential for lifelong learning. This reflection is one part, but we think also that this research orientation is important. Student teachers have to learn how educational research is done and how to interpret the outcomes to own situations. And nowadays the vertical paths are coming more and more important. So we are not having specific courses in digital learning, teaching, not specific courses so much anymore in sustainable climate education. They are integrated, they are vertical paths. And when we are making the program, we carefully think how these paths are embodied in the programs. European challenges, one of the most challenges is the lack of teachers and how to motivate young people to take a teacher career. That's happening in most countries. Here is information that all European countries except Greece and Cyprus, all other have lack. Finland has, I mentioned we have a good situation, but we have lack of kindergarten teachers. That's our challenge. In most other countries, they lack all kinds of teachers. There are a lot of policies we are following. The working conditions are important, and every country tries to improve planning and recruitment. Half of the countries have alternative ways. Half of the countries has this kind of learning in the job. So you go to the school without any education and then you learn in the job. There is support and mentoring and different kind of mechanisms how you get a teacher certificate. But there are many types of initiatives in different European countries. So now I go to the research. Time is running out, but I say something. So the funding is an interesting issue. European Union has a lot of funding for collaborative research inside Europe, but also nowadays for outside Europe. There are many mechanisms how to collaborate with other countries outside Europe. And of course, this is guiding very much. I have used a lot of European money for my research. So what is available, so we are making research on that. That's maybe not ethically so correct because somehow we researchers should be independent of the policy. But in practice, what is available, that's used. Then we have organizations, the Association for Teacher Education. They have own agendas. That is influencing also a lot for what we are doing. And in the conferences, the kind of strands are very often according to this policy highlights. European Education Research Association, it's more looking for collaboration with politicians, but it's research association. And another European Association for Research on Learning and Instruction, it's very independent. It's not so much interested about what's happening in policy. It is looking what's happening in classrooms, try to understand really engagement, learning, that kind of issues. Both have many number of conferences and special interest group meetings. So what are the trends? What are the focus in research? It's really challenging to figure out. I take a look for those journals in the field of teacher education and especially the European Journal of Teacher Education, which is publishing papers which investigate theory, policy and practice in teacher education in the countries of Europe. But of course we are publishing all those journals in the field of teacher education. Some 8 years ago, they published a paper about trends in teacher education, a review of papers published in this European journal. And the researchers find these are the trends in European research on teacher education. European collaboration and project is one topic. So they are supporting research, but people are also making research how those projects are going on. For example, European Union funded a long time STEM education research or inquiry-oriented STEM education. Huge amount, millions and millions of euros. But the outcome was quite low. So research has shown that it doesn't really impact to the outcome of education system. So it's important to have also research on the European policy. But maybe this teacher education curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, mentoring, theory-practice relation. Theory-practice relation is very important topic also in my research. Teacher education continuum, so starting from the initial, continuing, teacher metacognition, reflection I mentioned several times, Technology in education is important, inclusive multicultural education. Inclusive education, European value base is based on the equal possibilities, the old French idea. Inclusive, I mentioned teacher attraction. These are the examples of the important fields. And then I made myself a summary, so looking for the policy documents, looking for the European Union documents, looking for these research papers. So there are some 10 important fields. So the policy is one, policy in teacher education, competence-based education, research practice relation, reflection, teacher education pedagogy and environments, digitalization of and technology and integration in teacher education, inclusive education, sustainable education, disciplinary and interdisciplinary teaching. This is coming, in my understanding, more and more important, so not focusing so much to the disciplines in teacher education, more integrate them. Phenomenal learning, inquiry learning, inside teacher education. Teachers' well-being, mental health, teacher identity. And then this is going to the in-service training or professional learning, reflective practice. And also teacher educators. It's a raising area how teacher educators are working, how they are teaching, how they are behaving, and that kind of things. So these are the areas for research. Examples. So there are so many examples that I'm not. Actually, there are in the handout. There are more examples. I just give some. So this was quite nice project. I was participating teacher education in Nordic countries. There was kind of historical review, also comparative analysis of programs, and some further perspective. So there are a lot of similarities. Education start in the 1800, even 1700, serious education. And then the first type of teacher education system was introduced in the beginning of 1800 in Nordic countries, a seminar type of training. And then the industrial growth happens first in Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and that influenced teacher education. We were very heavily participating in the Second World War and suffering from that. And in the late 50s, our politicians decided that we should invest education. And then actually we made a bigger jump than other Nordic countries which were not so much suffering from the war. And we established teacher education at universities in 50s. And now other Nordic countries are following us. I think this, what happens in Finland in 50s was happening a little bit later in Korea. You were in something similar situation, suffering from the war, and find that education is the way how to make progress. We have this kind of excellencies in education. This is one excellence in policy, and it was very much focusing to the students' learning and engagement. So Andy Hargreaves mentioned that maybe we are too much focusing to the student learning outcomes. We should more focus to the engagement. This excellence was a kind of group of high-quality researchers was focusing to the engagement. And digital tools in learning. And video research was the main tool. So this is a long tradition. And then policy, I think this research orientation in teacher education is important. This is one example where student teachers have been interviewed, how they see, what they benefit about the research orientation in teacher education. And what is the meaning of research orientation? The meaning is that teachers who are teaching in teacher education, they are themselves making research, publishing, looking for money. They are educating next generation to make research and making master theses. And the programs, they are partly based on the policy, but they are mainly based on the research outcomes. So we have quite good autonomy in European countries, and we are flexible to change the programs and build up them more on research, not on policy. So it comes out that students see the benefit of that. They see that the teacher education is similar to lawyer education or medical doctor education. It gives the good status for teachers, other career possibilities. It's an academic, it's a career. So that was an outcome of the interview of students. Of course, in the 1800s, beginning of 1900, teacher education was very practice-based. Now we say that it is research-based, but a little bit joking, nowadays maybe we say that it's funding-based, because funding is coming from the governments and the funding is telling us where to concentrate, and I'm afraid of that orientation, but it looks that is the orientation. I think this is a very good example of the current work in Europe, is the coherence in teacher education. This is one book about that. The central aspect in European initial teacher education is actually the incoherence, so they are not coherent. And we are willing to have more coherent teacher education. And what is the meaning of that? There should be coherence in phases, domains of teacher knowledge, actors, content of teacher education, professional knowledge. So the phases, how the bachelor and master are connected, how the different university disciplines are connected, how the teachers who are teaching subject, teachers who are teaching pedagogy, how they are collaborating, are they doing collaboration in research, how theoretical studies and field experience or teaching practice are connected. So that is an important topic. Also in my university, we are doing collaboration, quite similar in Thailand, network with the schools and discussing with the teachers who are mentoring teaching practice, how to make the teacher education more coherent. Research practice link, many examples, how to link those issues, what kind of knowledge student teachers employ in teaching practice, where is the knowledge coming from, is the situations, are they engaging for them, that kind of questions are asked. This is a very simple comparative study between Finland and South Africa. So in Finland, the question was that in random situations we were collecting with the mobile phones answers from students, what you are doing now, with whom you are doing something, and what is the knowledge you are working with, where is it coming. And here we see that in Finland, the students are quite equally teaching, planning, reflection. In South Africa, they are more following. So we try to have this kind of active teaching practice there where they are really planning, doing, and then reflecting. Pedagogy. This is an example of the not so successful study, but the reflection was very interesting. There was a follow-up study about community of practices. Okay, that was not, it was about the community of practices and how this community of practices are already started in teacher education and how to guide student teachers to do things together. And these digital tools were very useful in these communities where student teachers were planning together and giving lessons. This learning community issues is very important. There are many names: knowledge sharing networks, educational collective, knowledge hubs, academic networks, peer learning groups. They are discussed and we are making research on them. Digitalization, there are many papers. I'm not able to go to detail. There are also this kind of longitudinal studies looking what teachers are doing, what is the well-being of the teachers, work engagement, how engaged they are in working, what is the burnout. This is an example about schools during the COVID time. So you can see that teacher burnout go very down in the COVID time. The teacher burnout go up, of course. Teachers were very burnout during the COVID time, and the engagement to the work was going down. But quite quickly the teachers were recovering from the COVID time. The principals are not recovering as quick. So it's important to know, this is also policy-driven research, that it's important to know what is the level of teachers in different situations. And also research on teacher educators learning, how countries have collaboratively plan new strategies and how the strategy have implemented to the practice and what kind of tools have been used for implementation. memorizing that teacher educators are academic people, active in research, collaborating with other researchers, how to take that into account while guiding, supporting us teacher educators for learning about new programs and new policy issues. And now I come to the discussion. Teacher educators are active in Europe in educational research, including research on teacher education. There are several associations and conferences. Teachers are, this research is well established. There are research groups, senior researchers, students, PhD students. Research funding is important. Nowadays, it's not possible to have a professorship in Europe if you are not having enough research funding from previous life, if you have not educated PhDs, and collaboration. So that kind of phases are in research in teacher education. Papers are done in collaboration, especially in groups with PhD students, international collaboration, and subject-specific and pedagogy-specific people are doing collaboration. Just last week we have a seminar about climate education where we collaborate with climate researchers, meteorologists, physicists, and psychologists, and educational researchers. And the methods are versatile service, video research, design research. Topics are policy, teacher identity, agency. But there is the variation. I just take some rankings and some summaries. Netherlands is maybe number one in teacher education research, then England, Nordic countries, they are also active in teacher education research. But the variation is important to understand in European context. What we can learn from European teacher education programs, so behind the programs there is policy, common European Union policy, but local policy is guiding, and also the local curricula. And what is more and more important are research outcomes. What is known about teacher education, teachers' professional learning, teachers' communities, and of course traditions and history and that kind of things. But there is not only one ready program. Even in one country there is not one ready program. Everybody is making somehow local interpretations and local programs. This 2+2-year model, it is emphasized, but only 30% of the programs are 30% are shorter than 5 years. There are alternative pathways because we are having lack of teachers. From 0 to 2-year teaching practice, studies in the subject, they could be organized at education or subject institutes, studies in education, 1 to 4 year in primary, 0 to 2 year in secondary. They could be organized in education faculty or subject faculty. There are many, many models. And there are many aims for pedagogical studies. Strong collaboration in Europe is still important to remember. Challenges, teacher shortage, environments, stress, lack of resources, more and more immigrants, more and more students who are not able to speak the language, the teaching language, the more challenging situations teachers are. Variation in teacher educators' research capacity. There is variation inside institute, between institutes, between countries. In some countries, teacher educators do not research at all, and there are separate institutes for research, and many type of challenges still exist, of course. And what is my last slide? What's the relation between teacher education research and teacher education? In an ideal case, student teachers are educated with academic university context, coherent research and practice-based programs. Teacher educators who are researchers themselves, they have complex roles, and they are guiding student learning, and the topics are versatile, for example, diverse students. Our research is very much focusing people like me who is working in teacher education, what's happening in the classroom. The classroom is the most important focus in our research. Also the teachers and students engagement, teachers collaboration, family-school relation, homeworks, that kind of things exist. Innovations, leadership, school development. and research orientation and reflective practice are supportive for lifelong learning and the development of professional identity and agency. So balancing with the research orientation and learning from practice, guided learning from practice, this is giving the competencies needed in European. Thank you for giving this possibility to introduce European, but unfortunately it's so surface. Maybe next time I can go deep to some countries. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 뭐 표면적으로 대략에 대해서 소개하셨다고 하지만 제가 볼 때는 현재 교원 양성 정책과 관련된 주요 이슈들, 교사 전문성과 현장 연계성, 연구 역량, 그리고 평생 교육 이런 것들을 전반적으로 다 짚어주셨습니다. 감사하고요. 다음은 유럽을 거쳐서 이제 미국으로 이제 한번 여행을 가보겠습니다. 미국은 다양성을 기반으로 한 국가이고요. 아마 교육을 이곳에서 다루기 위해서 평등을 넘어서 어떻게 공정성에 이룰 수 있을까 이런 고민이 큰 것 같습니다. 멀리서 오셨습니다. 네바다에서 에밀리 린 교수님께서 발표해 주시겠습니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, valued students, distinguished guests, and conference participants. Congratulations to the Korean National University of Education in celebrating your 40th anniversary. Today, we gather not just to honor 4 decades of academic excellence, but also recognize the journey and achievements that have shaped this institution into the beacon of knowledge and innovation it has become. Thank you for the kind invitation to commemorate this special occasion. For my segment today, I would like to share some thoughts and highlights of the prominent, enduring issues in teacher education in the United States. Hopefully, some of the information that I'll share will speak further or spark further discussions about the evolution of teacher preparation in both South Korea and the United States. In this presentation, I aimed to frame teacher education in general as working toward broader efforts to challenge the systems and structures that reproduce inequity. I'll begin by outlining the achievement gaps among the student groups and the preparation of pre-service teachers in the United States. Next, I examine equity as a concept and how it differs from equality. Finally, I focus on 3 core elements that show promise for strengthening teacher preparation in the United States, especially among white teachers who make up the majority of the teaching population. So let's move on to this slide. As many of you probably know, there are persistent achievement gaps among groups of students in the US. For example, students from lower socioeconomic status, or SES, tend to perform worse in schools than those from higher SES backgrounds. Often, low SES students may be about 3 years behind in reading and math compared to their higher SES counterparts. When it comes to race and ethnicity, Black and Hispanic students often have lower achievement scores and lag behind their white and Asian peers. Since the 1970s, the National Assessment of Educational Progress in the US has reported periodic data on the reading and mathematics achievement of 9th, 13th, and 17th-year-old enrolled in US public and private schools. Seen in these reports is a persistent pattern that generally Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian students lag behind white and Asian students. The impact of the gap in achievement is evident when we look at the slide of students who graduate from public schools. The slide here displays the graduation rates by ethnicity in the US during the school year 2021 and 22. And you can see that on average, the achievement gaps among these racial or ethnic groups are quite pronounced, with again, white and Asian students outperforming their Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian counterparts. Additionally, the achievement gap can be correlated with lower college graduation rates, higher dropout rates, and a higher likelihood of incarceration. Even after the pandemic, the disparities continue to persist. Also, commonly known in the US is that as a group, 80% of US public school teachers are white. By comparison, just under half of public school students were white in 2022, and another 28% were Hispanic, while 15% were Black, 5% were Asian. This means that students of color, especially Black and Latino students, are more likely and often to be taught by white teachers. Because of this, we need to pay attention to how US teacher preparation programs prepare white pre-service teachers to be more responsive to communities of color. White pre-service teachers often question Black and Latinos' academic ability, and they are uncomfortable a lot of times around them, or they just do not teach them well. So researchers consistently find white teachers tend to see white and Asian students as more teachable than Black and Latino students. And white teachers are more likely than teachers of color to hold lower expectations for Black and Latino students. Additionally, white teachers often have more difficulty forming constructive relationships with students of color, particularly Black students, than they do with white students. Not being familiar with communities their students of color come from, many white teachers are unable to build engagement, and they often see that the minority students are disinterested in learning, and that their academic problems is really an inability to learn. So, due to a combination of lower expectations and cultural mismatch, white teachers appear to refer students of color to special education programs more often than not than the other students, and you see the result of an overrepresentation of students of color in special education programs. White teachers who are ill-equipped to teach students of color, particularly in low-income communities, often seek jobs elsewhere as soon as they can, leading to a high level of teacher turnover in many urban and rural schools. In fact, there's often a shortage of well-qualified teachers to teach the most lowest performing students in urban settings. Empirical research documents that white teachers commonly enter teacher education programs with attitudes and experiences that eventually lead them to a pattern of differences in treatment among minority students and the subsequent achievement gaps. Most white pre-service teachers enter teacher education with very little cross-cultural background knowledge and experiences, though they often bring very naive optimism that coexists with unexamined stereotypes, which are often taken for granted as truths. Many white teachers enter teacher education programs with little awareness of understanding of discrimination, especially racism. Most white teachers are not conscious of how racism plays out in schools and in society, and how it is reproduced daily. They tend to see racism as a problem of like interpersonal interactions, which they believe that an open attitudes towards others can solve. They generally do not see racism as pattern institutionalized structures and processes that allocate social resources differently based on race, and that it has a long historical root. To attempt to understand race, they usually rely on their own family ethnic history with assimilation and upward mobility, assuming that the experiences of white groups is the same as non-whites. And many see the need for culturally relevant teaching and multicultural education as unnecessary demands for special treatment. White teachers also lack awareness of themselves as cultural beings, assuming that their own beliefs are, and also their ways of behaving are the norm in which other students and others should aspire to. They generally spend very little time in cultural communities unfamiliar to them, so they have not developed the cultural awareness or the tools to view another community as a cultural site. So as long as they see themselves as normal and not cultural, they use their own unexamined frames of reference against which to judge students, their families, and remains a teacher who believes that learning behavior involves just sitting quietly and that they do not recognize other types of behaviors, such as students who are more active and noisy. So, nor can they differentiate learning behavior from off-task or disruptive behavior. So there's an urgent need here to improve white teachers' preparation for diverse students, which doesn't happen automatically. It's not simply a matter of equipping presumably unbiased individuals with additional skills and strategies to use with diverse populations. If we need, what we need is actually to be serious and intentional about preparing white teachers who are able to reduce the racial achievement gap, and we need to prepare them to teach better and more equitably than the average white teachers currently does. Research suggests that teacher education programs that are coherently organized to develop teaching practices with supporting attitudes and knowledge have the potential to enable white pre-service teachers to confront and shift their prior socialization in order to learn to teach diverse students well. So let me pause for a second here and just speak to the concept of equity for a moment. Okay. So if we conduct a cursory search on the website about teacher education programs in the US, we find that the word equity is prominent as a program goal. Equity is also a primary or secondary goal for many policies related to teaching preparation or teacher quality. So in fact, for the last 2 decades, it has become commonplace to find teacher preparation programs or initiatives in the US that claim to have equity as one of their goals. So this implies that equity is a dominant theme in the field of teacher education. Many teacher education scholars in the US would acknowledge that greater attention to the goal of equity is critical and really long overdue in teacher preparation. However, teacher preparations do not necessarily mean the same things when they use the word equity as an emblem for their programs, nor do they necessarily put equity into practice in the same ways. Additionally, despite increased program and policy attention to equity for the last 2 decades, inequity continues to be a major problem in teacher preparation programs and in schools, and in terms of the larger social structures and systems in which they are encapsulated. Increasingly, some scholars have argued that teacher education in the US needs to be drastically reformed, and that we need significant innovative ways to rethink its logic, the goals, metrics, and practices related to equity. One of the most acute concerns in contemporary teacher education is preparing teachers, and especially white teachers, to work productively and successfully with highly diverse school populations. But we need to do this in the context of a long history of social injustice, very high levels of income inequality that we have, increasing political and racial polarization, and the endemic inequalities in educational opportunities and outcomes that persist between dominant and minoritized groups. So many of you may be familiar with this baseball field picture reproduced in the slide. It was actually Craig Frollo, a business school professor, created the original image. And Frollo had created the image during the 2012 US presidential election to explain to a conservative colleague why most liberals thought equal opportunity was not enough in social policy, and that instead equality of outcomes was needed. So in other words, fair, the word fair does not mean equal, okay? When the ball field images are used in the teacher education discourse, the people trying to see the game usually represents the nation's school children, with their differences in height representing the diversity of backgrounds or conditions. The crates or the boxes that they stand on represent school resources, such as rigorous curriculum and effective teachers. So in figure A, everyone is standing on the same size and number of crates, showing that even with equal access to resources, there can still be unequal outcomes. In contrast, in figure B, it is if we think about and we do the redistribution of school resources so that they were different, so that some groups get more and with better access to resources as needed, everyone enjoys the same outcome. So understanding the difference between equity and equality helps us better understand why many teacher education programs tout equity rather than equality as their end goal in preparing teachers. Racial inequality in educational outcomes is not simply because of student deficiencies derived from personal circumstances and the lack of good academic habits. Rather, the gaps in racialized patterns of achievements, including institutionalized and pedagogical dysfunction, exists. However, even with equity as one of the goals of teacher preparation, why does the gap in achievement in the US still persist? There are many reasons, but one of them is that there are variations among teacher education programs across the nation. In academic year 2021 and 2022, overall, in the US, there were over 2,200 teacher education providers, with the majority situated in universities. Even in teacher education programs, the providers usually design their own curriculum and follow their teacher licensure requirements at the state level. So not at the national level, but at the state level. Typically, each of the 50 states have their own state board of education that set minimum standards for meeting teacher licensure requirements. University faculty members, who are often researchers within universities, generally oversee the development of teacher education curriculum and programs. And because of this decentralized system of preparing teachers, you see variations among teacher preparation programs and teaching outcomes across the nation. We recognize that inequities need to be addressed, and for them to be addressed, teacher education programs must be have well-defined curriculum content with theory to practice linkages, as we saw from the other presenters, really solid coursework, and well-supported school-based clinical fieldwork. They must prepare pre-service teachers who are 80% white with deep content knowledge and understanding of pedagogy that is culturally responsive, blended with clinical learning and deep understanding of strategies that address existing inequities and can be actualized in quality teaching and learning. There are usually three main components critical in teacher education programs that offer the kind of knowledge and experiential learning, and when intentionally connected, they do really have the potential to interrupt the racial attitudes and help that the predominant group of white teachers really need to learn in order to be effective with diverse learners. These include cross-cultural community-based learning, coherent coursework, and clinical fieldwork. So let's deal with the first one, cross-cultural community-based learning. This involves learning about the community that is culturally different from your own. This means that pre-service teachers should spend time in these different communities, but they also, at the same time, need to be equipped with learning strategies such as active listening and have guidance in what to observe. Most white teachers have very little experience learning how to learn from someone else's community, yet this is exactly what they need in order to build pedagogy that is culturally and contextually relevant to students from backgrounds different from their own. Effective teachers of students who are racially, ethnically, culturally different from themselves have learned how to recognize and build on assets that students bring. Effective teachers also are able to interpret students' classroom behavior accurately and contextualize the problems that students bring with a social political lens rather than cultural deficiencies, and be able to communicate constructively with the adults or guardians in the students' lives. So community-based learning, when carefully planned and should include guided learning, also includes reflection, and this can help pre-service teachers learn to construct intellectually constructive classrooms. Cross-cultural community-based learning experiences can vary widely, and they can vary in terms of intensity and duration. So extended immersion program experiences in which students live in another cultural context for a period of time really have potential to promise the deepest type of learning, mainly because, you know, a person feels pretty uncomfortable in an environment that's really culturally different from themselves. And so the other type is the shorter cross-cultural visits. It usually takes about a day or a few hours. These do not necessarily have the same impact as the longer extended type of experiences. But in these shorter experiences, pre-service teachers can visit neighborhoods or communities that are different from their own. It could vary in social class or ethnicities or race, or even the primary language may differ. While there, they have a role to play, such as tutoring or maybe another type of specific guided activity like interviewing the senior citizens or even constructing a community portrait. Such experiences often take the form of service learning, in which a student or the student teacher, the teacher's role there in the community is perhaps assisting with the food banks or even a homework center. So community-based learning are most productive when they are well planned and linked directly to the teacher education courses and involve guided reflection. Before teachers enter someone else's community, they learn something about the history and current issues, as well as maybe some ethnographic research tools such as interviewing and active listening and careful observation. Through the experience, the instructor of the course helps the students make sense of what they are learning and then link it to teaching. So taken by itself, community-based learning does not necessarily lead to excellent multicultural teaching. However, it does provide an experiential foundation which most of the white teachers lack. So when we look at professional coursework, especially when linked to community-based learning, it can help address many of the socialization effects white teachers bring upon entry into teacher preparation programs. Most teacher educators agree that teacher preparation programs should include development of clear ethnic and cultural self-identity, very similar to the previous presenters, an examination of the ethnocentrism, dynamics of prejudice and racism, and it should include implications for teaching and teachers. We should also consider coursework that examines dynamics of privilege and economic oppression, and how schools contribute to that inequity. Multicultural curriculum development is also another area, plus learning styles, relationship between language, culture, and learning, and other cultural appropriate teaching and assessment. So those are a type of coursework that would be needed. So organizationally, coursework generally begins with a sociological examination of institutional racism, and that includes historical as well as current, and then anthropological examination of culture and personal examination of teachers' own identity, history, and experiences. So the reason for beginning with like a big picture approach rather than specific teaching techniques is that most white pre-service teachers do not understand what needs to be changed and why, and therefore tend to just accept and reject what they see as appropriate practices based on their own experiences without really recognizing alternatives or harmful implication of practices that often are taken for granted. Even with completed coursework, so after the students have completed coursework, the teacher educators are consistently battling pre-service teachers' prior socialization impact and the power of ongoing everyday life experiences in a racist society. While some pre-service teachers reconsider how to break patterns of racism in schooling, many do not, or if they do so, only to a limited degree. Studies have shown that some active learning strategies appear to help white teachers work through their defenses. These may include reflections that help them make connections between key concepts and their own experiences and beliefs. Other activities include reading and writing in their reflective journals. They perhaps may complete in-depth projects that examine self-selected issues and engage in the cross-cultural experiences that can be beneficial in helping them gain awareness of inequities surrounding them. So by engaging in this type of coursework experiences, they gain awareness of what needs to be changed and why. This type of coursework can shift to pedagogical applications for the classroom, such as how to teach content and skills using the students' life experiences, how to promote positive student and student relationships in the classrooms, and how to assess student learning well. The more they engage in this pedagogical coursework that is directly integrated into subject-specific methods, the more likely that the pre-service teachers will be able to make sense of it. So the last component is about the field experiences. Classroom fieldwork constitutes the third component, and it is really important in helping the white teachers teach diverse students. Classroom teaching experience is essential, although a challenge, because we do not simply want the pre-service teachers to just replicate the prevailing practices. Oftentimes, students just replicate what is happening in the classrooms and just take conditions for granted without really questioning or being empowered to make changes. The challenges are particularly salient in the preparation of white teachers in schools in historically oppressed communities. Although excellent teachers do exist in most schools, a good deal of teaching is mediocre and really not well crafted to build on students' strengths, particularly in low-income schools that have high teacher turnover. So further, considerable teaching in such schools currently is heavily didactic and scripted, with curricular focusing strongly on test preparation. So how can teacher education programs work with schools to break the cycle of taken for granted type of mediocre teaching? It appears that early field experiences into communities that involve observing, helping the teacher, or tutoring students may be beneficial. However, simply by doing this does not necessarily prompt them to question their assumptions. Studies have found that classroom field experiences that include guided inquiries with extended reflections may prompt more learning and questions assumptions than most that do not. Multiple field experiences in classrooms that model different kinds of instructions seem to help pre-service teachers see the interactions between students and teaching. So teacher education programs often struggle with how to construct student teaching so that it equips the novices with practical strategies, as well as helping them to question common structures and practices that do not serve historically underserved students well. One approach is called collaborative resonance, and this approach prepares pre-service teachers to inquire into practice by collaborating with experienced in-service teachers who are engaged in school practice-based reform. So using action research in learning communities, pre-service teachers get to observe good teaching and engage in rich conversations with experienced teachers about their methods and reasons for why they use certain methods, and then questions or examines problems they are grappling with. So rather than just simply modeling themselves after practicing teachers, pre-service teachers also learn to construct practice in classroom-based inquiry. This type of model requires really strong support and collaboration among universities and mentor teachers in the classroom. So to conclude then, research studies suggest that equity-focused, coherent teacher education programs should be designed to explicitly address the limited experiences, knowledge, gaps, fears, and biases among And that's very common among the white pre-service teachers. However, even with a strong, coherently planned program, it is still a challenge for white teachers to overcome prior socialization and everyday experiences that reinforce inequities. Many studies note that white pre-service teachers continue to resist, and they often dismiss what their teacher education program was trying to teach them related to diversity. So this then may suggest that we should consider candidates with the predispositions to work with students of different racial and cultural groups and who really values equity. We should take into consideration when we're admitting applicants into teacher education programs, and rather than just admitting pre-service teachers using standard test results alone, we should really examine how we can be more intentional about selecting those excellent candidates and counseling out those prospective teachers who really lack the willingness or the maturity to learn to teach cross-culturally. So we have other challenges in the US. Clearly, we're not in a position to do this because there's a teacher shortage that is happening nationwide. And so I conclude by saying there's really still a lot of work to be done in building teacher education programs that can prepare teachers to teach diverse populations effectively in the United States. So thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. Thanks.
네, 감사합니다. 얼마 전에 제가 같이 공부하는 대학원 선생님의 이야기를 들었는데요. 지금 이태원 초등학교의 학급에 17개국의 학생들이 모여 있다고 합니다. 그리고 여기 가까운 천안에 근무하는 선생님도 자기 반 아이들이 20명인데 20명 모두가 러시아 아이들이라고 합니다. 그리고 일주일 전에 전학이 한 명 왔대요. 그 전학생은 캄보디아 아이라고 합니다. 그래서 지금 우리 린 교수님께서 발표해 주신 이런 다양성을 넘어서 공정성을 어떻게 다룰까에 대한 고민들은 과거에 제가 교육과 공부할 때는 미국은 이렇구나 뭐 이런 정도의 느낌이었는데 이제 우리 현실의 문제가 되지 않았나 이런 생각이 듭니다. 감사합니다. 그렇다면 이제 한국에서는 한국의 교원 교육과 관련해서는 어떠한 연구들이 이루어져 왔고 어떠한 고민들이 탐색되었는지 한번 살펴보고자 합니다. 본교에 재직하고 계시는 곽영수 교수님 소개드립니다. 큰 박수로 맞으시기 바랍니다.
Hello, good afternoon. Since official language of this conference is Korean, but Dr. Her did a favor to our KOICA program students, so he talked in English. But I will be presenting my case in a fluent Korean, okay? Okay, enjoy my presentation. This is all about how we have in Korea, teacher education trend have changed for the last 2 decades. Oops. How can I flip over? 다음 페이지로 넘기는 거 정작에 sorry. 감사합니다. 오케이, 하루 종일 발표 들으셔서 다 아시겠지만 교사교육 트렌드는 저는 원래 과학교육 전공인데 만약에 미국에 계속 있었으면 교사교육으로 연구를 했을 텐데 한국에 돌아오면은 물화생지별로 분류가 되잖아요. 그래서 교사교육 연구를 주로 했었고요. 그 연구 패러다임으로 보면은 흔히 실증주의 그리고 비판적 이론, 그 다음에 구성주의, 참여 또는 포스트 모던까지 포괄해서 4단계 정도로 연구 패러다임이 구분이 됩니다. 첫 번째는 실증주의, 그래서 객관주의 또는 과학주의라고 부르고, 투자한 돈만큼 제대로 효과적으로 아이들을 교육하고 있느냐, 그래서 효과적인 교사 패러다임으로 불리고요. 두 번째가 교사교육 내부에서 교사들이 우리가 전문성이 있는가 전문직인가에 대한 담론이 굉장히 활성화됩니다. 그래서 그걸 계기로 반성적 교사 패러다임이라고 부르고, 그 다음에 탐구적 교사, 그리고 요즘 2022 개정교육과정도 그렇고 OECD 2030도 그렇고 트랜스포머티브 컴피턴시, 그래서 변혁적 역량이라고 불리고 있잖아요. 그래서 4개까지 가고 있고, 앞에서 모든 발표자들이 이야기했던 액션 리서치, 왜냐하면 액션은 현장 교사들이 하는 거고 리서치는 대학에 있는 또는 연구자들이 하는 거다라는 그 이분법을 벗어나서 실제로 이론을 쓸 현장의 교사들이 연구까지 해라. 그래서 액션 리서치라는 게 또 한번 난리가 났었습니다. 그리고 in addition to that, we have more than 100 people participating in YouTube channel. So they will enjoy my Korean presentation. Okay? So 이거는 앞에 앤디 하그리브스 교수님 섭외하느라고 너무 고생했는데요. 이분이 오늘도 그 얘기 하셨는데 1회 길부터 2회 길, 3회 길, 4회 길 이렇게 되잖아요. 여기서 기억하셔야 될 게 1회 길에는 우리나라도 그렇고 학부모들이 아무 생각이 없었습니다. 그래서 학교에 맡겨두는 상황이었고, 2회 길에 기억하셔야 될 게 신자유주의 담론이 들어오기 시작했어요. 신자유주의는 경제 논리지만 모든 상품 을 소비자 시장에 맡겨라라는 논리고, 교육도 여기에 휩쓸립니다. 교육은 국민 복지이기 때문에 초중고등학교 또는 유치원까지도, 그런데 여기도 시장의 논리가 들어오게 됩니다. 그게 제2의 길이고, 3의 길, 4의 길, moral purpose라고 해서 난데없이 교육 이야기하다가 도덕성 얘기하니까 낯서시죠. 이게 뭐냐면 아이들의 사회 경제적 백그라운드를 막론하고 버리고 가지 말라는 겁니다. 영어를 못하면 못하는 대로, 가난하면 가난한 대로, 아니면은 특별히 미술을 잘하면 잘하는 대로 그 어떤 아이도 학교 교육을 통해서 소외되지 않는 그런 교육을 꿈꾸는 게 사의 길입니다. 그래서 교사들이 도덕적 책임감을 가져야 된다라는 담론이고요. 요게 가장 대표적으로 보면 오늘 그 라보넨 교수님 발표 아주 좋았는데요. 2의 길이 신자유주의의 길입니다. 그리고 4의 길이 모든 전 세계 교사 교육이 지향하는 길일 거예요. 근데 교사들 스스로 accountability하고 responsibility를 헷갈립니다. responsibility는 responsibility입니다. 아이들의 아웃크라이나 아니면 교육적 수요에 대해서 응답할 수 있는 능력이라는 정신분석학 용어고요. accountability, 교사들 스스로 자살골을 넣는 경우가 있습니다. 자기들이 책무성을 지겠다고. 그거는 굉장히 위험합니다. account는 뱅크 어카운트처럼 제가 돈값을 하겠습니다라는 뜻이고요. 그래서 조심하셔야 됩니다. accountability versus responsibility 이렇게 되면 밑에 뭐가 깔려 있냐면, 이의 길은 시장에 맡기자입니다. 애들 성적 올려주는 학교. 성적 올려주는 거는 한국은 또 다른 메커니즘이 있죠. 근데 그에 대해서 교사가 전문직이니까 믿고 맡겨주세요입니다. 의사 처방전 보고 컴플레인 해보신 적 없죠? 왜냐하면 전문직이니까. 물론 날려서서 무슨 말인지 못 알아듣는 까닭도 있지만, 근데 교사들의 경우에는 전문성에 대해서 아직도 100년이 지났는데도 시끄럽습니다. 그래서 교사들 스스로 그 리스판시빌리티를 중심으로 전문성을 발휘하고, 그리고 아이들을 차별화하지 않고 그 형평성, 앞에 린 교수님 말씀하셨던 거하고 맞닿아 있습니다. 그리고 제4의 길은 앞에서 앤디 하그리브스 교수님 말씀하셨던 것처럼 그분이 이제 전문적 자본 이야기를 했잖아요. 근데 결국은 공동체의 자본입니다. 그 개인적 자본, 사회적 자본, 그리고 사회적 자본을 결정하는 가장 중요한 게 의사결정 자본이거든요. 공동체 스스로 전문적인 의사결정을 내릴 수 있는, 그게 교사교육의 정점이고 저희가 지향하는 길입니다. 교사 경력 발달 단계는 너무 잘 아시는 것처럼 단계별로 너무너무 많은 처방과 너무너무 많은 연구들이 이루어져 있고요. 계속 무슨 수레바퀴처럼 반복되고 있습니다. 그리고 교사 전문적 기준, 티칭 스탠다드라고 부르는 거, 그것도 예전에 저희가 이제 교원대 같은 경우에는 교사교육의 요람이다라고 하고 있잖아요. Teacher of Teachers. 그래서 저는 처음 왔을 때 되게 낯설었는데 앞으로는 Teacher of Teacher Educators 이런 식으로 좀 바꿔야 되지 않을까라는 생각도 해봅니다. 여기는 지금 대한민국 정부가 드라이브를 걸고 있는 교사교육 개혁의 방향입니다. 이론과 실천의 괴리를 극복해 보겠다고 실습학기제를 전면 도입하자. 아니면은 다교과 역량. 올해 개인적인 얘기지만 물리교사들이 명퇴를 엄청 많이 해가지고 물리 티오가 굉장히 많습니다. 왜냐하면 물리는 화생지를 못 가르칩니다. 지구과학은 플렉시블해서 이것저것 다 먹으라면 먹는데요. 물리는 그게 안 돼요. 그래서 이분들이 명퇴 굉장히 많이 했었습니다. 현장 조사해봤더니 고교학점제 되고 나서 물리교사 한 명이 안 좋은 학교 아니면 물리 과목을 개설해도 한두 반밖에 안 나와요. 그래서 7개 과목을 가르치더라고요. 대학 교수처럼. 근데 문제가 뭐냐면 자기 전공이 아니에요. 교직 아니면은 교양, 심리 이런 거 가르치고 있거든요. 그리고 세 번째가 양성 경로 정비하겠다. 네 번째가 교대 교육과정 다양화 이런 걸 앞두고 있습니다. 그래서 결론은 제 연구에서는 교원대 설립하고 교원대에서 발간하는 교원교육이라는 학술지하고 한국교원교육연구에서 발간하는 2개 학술지를 처음 발간된 게 85년도, 84년도인데 한 편 정도밖에 안 나왔어요. 그래서 제대로 정착된 2000년 기준으로 2000년부터 2024년까지 연구물들을 분석했습니다. 빅데이터 처리고요. 그 시멘틱 네트워크 애널리시스에서 의미 연결망 분석했고 실제로 이게 시각화가 예쁘지 않기 때문에 개피 이용해서 다시 시각화했습니다. 그래서 원래 데이터를 넣어서 막 돌리면 얘가 이제 여러 가지 그림 형태를 보여주는데 그거를 시각화했고요. 그리고 기초적 근거 이론 방법을 쓰습니다. 근거 이론 모두 잘 아시겠지만 귀납적 데이터를 가지고 어느 정도 이론적인 백그라운드를 가지고 들어갑니다. 나쁘게 말하면 보고 싶은 대로 볼 수도 있고요. 좋게 말하면 제대로 볼 수도 있고요. 그래서 원래는 미국 ARA의 디비전 K가 교사교육 디비전입니다. 그래서 그 안에 있는 섹션들 그리고 학술지 저널의 토픽들 그리고 OECD 거기 보면은 Teachers Matter 해서 여러 가지 보고서 나오고 있거든요. 허 박사님 하고 계시는 텔레스에서도 그 교사교육 관련된 국제 단위로 조사하고 그러고 있습니다. 그래서 그리고 국내외 교사교육 학술지의 논문 주제 영역을 중심으로 분석을 했습니다. 그래서 이게 전체 데이터고요. 원래는 제가 이렇게 할 수 있으면 그림을 크게 그려서 보여드리려고 했는데 아까 보니까 안 되었습니다. 그래서 상대적으로 요거 해석하실 때 과도한 일반화 또는 축소 해석 부분 조심하셔야 되고요. 일단 연도라든지 모든 게 제한돼 있고 단 2개의 학술지만을 대상으로 했습니다. 그래서 한계가 있고요. 원래 이렇게 SNA 분석하면 클러스터 그래서 가장 중요한 핵심 연결이 많이 나타나는 걸 중심으로 프로그램이 군집을 나누어 줍니다. 물론 주관적으로 설정할 수도 있는데 대부분 6개 내지 7개로 나눠주고요. 그래서 저희가 했을 때는 이렇게 7개 군집으로 나타났고요. 2개 데이터 굉장히 많았습니다. 그 초록에 등장하는 키워드 4개 중심으로 했는데 그 정리하느라고 손가락 빠지는 줄 알았습니다. 그래서 모듈러리티 분석을 해서 7개 군집이 나왔고요. 그리고 그것만으로는 제대로 연구 동향을 파악하기가 어려워서 아까 말씀드렸던 기초적 방식으로 교사교육의 핵심 영역을 중심으로 에고 네트워크 분석을 다시 실시했습니다. 그래서 그 6개가 뭐냐면요. 교원 정책. 왜냐하면 외국은 교사교육이 하나의 별도의 독립된 영역이고 앞에 앉아 계시는 이혁규 교수님 맨날 컴플레인하는 거. 우리나라에는 교사교육자라는 개념조차도 부족하다라고 하시는. 그래서 한국에서는 허주 박사님이나 아니면 그런 분들처럼 교육 행정 쪽에서 휴먼 리소스의 일환으로 교사교육을 다룹니다. 그래서 어쨌거나 첫 번째 교육 정책, 제일 첫 번째 발표 들으셨던 허주 박사님 주제였고 2번째가 예비교사 교육, 3번째가 교사 전문성 기준. 말씀드린 것처럼 선생님들 교육과정 기준이 되기도 하고 임용시험 평가 영역이기도 하고 현직에 발령받으시면 각종 전문성 개발의 토픽이기도 합니다. 그 다음에 4번째가 현직 교사 전문성 개발. 프로페셔널 디벨롭먼트라고 부르는 영역이고요. 요거는 대한민국의 핫 이슈가 한때 혁신학교 배움의 공동체 중심으로 학습 공동체, 프로페셔널 러닝 커뮤니티 그래서 줄여서 왜냐면 SNA가 영어를 인식을 못합니다. 그래서 전학공 형태로 코딩을 했고요. 그다음에 교원 평가. 에서는 분리할 수 없는 담론이 책무성 담론이라서 같이 봤습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 개인적 동기로 PCK 별도로 분석했습니다. 페다고지컬 컨텍 날리지, 그래서 레베넌 교수님 같은 경우는 다이덱틱스라는 독특한 유럽 표현이 있습니다. 그거랑 조금 구분하셔서 보셔야 되고, 그리고 재미로 저희 청중들을 고려해서 임용 시험을 별도로 뽑아서 봤습니다. 그래서 데이터가 풍부한 경우에는 임용 시험 교육과정 개정 시기별로 분석했습니다. 왜냐하면 1985년대부터인데 아까 데이터가 적어서 2000년대부터 본격적으로 2개 학술지가 정착이 됐고요. 그래서 7차 개정, 그다음에 07 개정, 1호 개정을 중심으로 분석했는데 예상하시는 것처럼 데이터가 적어서 굉장히 좀 이렇게 확대해서 가지 않도록 조심하셔야 됩니다. 왼쪽은 확대해서 보여드리려고 그랬는데 왜 이 영역들이냐 해서 추출한 근거, 기초적 근거 이론이라서 그 부분을 보여드리려고 했는데 나중에 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 영역입니다. 교원정책 같은 경우에는 보시면 시대별로 교원정책이라는 키워드를 중심으로 연결망 여기 보이시죠? 잘 안 보이실 텐데 자료집 참고하시기 바랍니다. 보시면 구체적인 연구로는 2005년, 2009년 고를 때는 교전원 담론이 있었습니다. 지금 다시 부활하고 있는 학부 중심 교원 양성 체제냐, 대학원 중심으로 바꿀 거냐라는 그런 얘기가 있었고요. 그다음에 교원 자격 금정 관련 연구들이 있었고, 그다음에 2003년 이후부터 신자유주의 들어오면서 신자유주의는 효과성입니다. 효과성, 투자한 돈 대비. 그래서 이제 자본 개념하고도 연결되는 거고요. 그때 신자유주의와 관련해서 교원 정년 당축 이런 연구들이 이루어졌습니다. 그다음에 두 번째가 예비교사 교육은 뭐 지금 하늘색 군집에 포함되어 있고요. 실제로 표현되어 있는 거 보시면 교육 실습. 왜냐하면 교사라는 직업이 생긴 이래로 배운 대로 가르치지 않는다. 실제로 초임교사 잘 가르치는 분들 보면 학교에서 배운 거 아닙니다. 교원 양성 과정에서 배운 게 아니고 자기가 학생일 때 도제식으로 배웠던 존경하는 선생님 말투까지 따라하고 있거든요. 그래서 그런 얘기가 끊임없이 등장합니다. 실습의 필요성, 아니면은 이론과 실천을 연계할 필요성, 그런 얘기들이 있고요. 그다음에 실제로 예비교사 교육과정 개발, 교직과정 이런 내용들이 연구가 되고 있었습니다. 그리고 밑에 보시면 교원대 지금 2개 학술지가 하나는 교원대에서 발간하는 거, 또 하나는 교원교육학회에서 발간하는 건데 교원대의 특성을 반영한 논문들이 많습니다. 왜냐하면 교원대는 K부터 12까지 모든 교사 양성을 포괄하고 있기 때문에 그런 특징들이 있습니다. 그다음 세 번째가 예비교사에 대해서 시기별로 분석해봤습니다. 보시는 것처럼 데이터가 적어서 확대 해석하지 않아야 되는데 시기별로 보시면 7차 개정 시기에는 교육 실습 관련 연구들이 있었고요. 그다음에 07 개정 시기에는 교육과정 개정에서 집중적으로 강조한 교과 전문성, 수업 비평 이런 얘기들이 나오기 시작했고요. 15년도부터는 통합교육, 인클루전 교육 있죠. 특수 학생들 대상이나 모두, 그다음에 다문화 교육, 전문 상담 교과 이런 형태의 연구들이 활성화되었었습니다. 그다음에 교사 전문성입니다. 교사 전문성 기준이라고도 불리는 거고요. 2009년 이래로 저희가 전국적으로 물론 경기도가 출발점이었긴 했는데 혁신학교 운동이 활성화됐잖아요. 근데 혁신학교 운동이 결국은 뭘로 정착했냐면 일본의 배움의 공동체를 벤치마킹하면서 그다음에 단위 학교 중심의 학습 공동체, 일단 모일 시간을 줘라. 그래서 공동 시간 비워서 만나기도 했었고 굉장히 활성화됐었습니다. 그래서 우리나라 배공을 출발점으로 한 혁신학교 학습 공동체의 특징은 바텀업이었습니다. 현장에서 자발적인 수요로 인해서 정책적인 영향까지 불러일으켰던 하나의 큰 움직임이었고요. 거기서 단위학교 중심 학습 공동체에 대한 연구, 그리고 교원 평가와 전문성 개발 또는 교원 양성 이렇게 관련된 연구들이 많이 나타났고, 네트워크 크게 확대해서 보여드리면 보실 수 있는데 교사 전문성 기준, 왜냐하면 결국은 교원 양성대학의 교육과정을 구성하고 있는 컨텐트 스탠다드가 교사 능력 개발 평가의 평가 기준으로 활용됩니다. 그래서 결국 보시면 교원평가, 전문성 개발 요 연결고리가 나타났고 2010년도 3월부터 교원 능력 개발 평가, 줄여서 교원평가가 실시됐었잖아요. 그래서 그런 논문들이 쏟아지기 시작합니다. 그래서 그 연결이 보이고 교사교육, 전학공, 교사 전문성, 전문적 학습 공동체, 교사교육. 교사 연수를 공식적으로 어디 가서 듣고 몇 학점 채워야 되고 이렇게 했는데 근데 놀라웠던 게 뭐냐면 몇 년 전에 교원대에서 일정 연수를 했는데 50대 선생님이 오셨더라고요. 승진해도 마음이 없고 어떤 것도 바라지 않을 경우에 굳이 연수 안 받으셔도 되거든요. 근데 혁신학교 전학공 같은 경우에는 단위학교를 중심으로 학습 공동체가 이루어져 있고 자발적으로 수업을 공개하고 수업을 개선하기 시작했습니다. 그래서 그때 등장한 용어가 예전에 저희 일제강점기부터 수업 장악이었잖아요. 슈퍼비전, 위에서 내려다보고 관리 감독한다 해서 수업 컨설팅, 물론 영어반 한국어반이라서 국어 선생님들은 싫어하시지만 그리고 멘토링 이런 것들이 굉장히 활성화되었었습니다. 그래서 그런 연구들이 쏟아지기 시작했습니다. 그다음에 교원평가, 여기도 중복되는 내용인데요. 구체적인 연구 사례를 보면 교사 전문성, 왜냐하면 전문성 기준이니까요. 평가할 때. 수행평가, 그래서 수업하는 거 보고 교육과정 재구성, 학생 이해, 수업 전략 이런 것도 평가하고 있고요. 그다음에 전문성 개발, 왜냐하면 수업을 중심으로 한 수업 개선. 그 선생님들도 착각하시면 안 되는 게 전학공을 해라, 학습 공동체를 해라 그러면 사람들이 교사의 권익을 위해서인가 보다인데 착각이십니다. 아이들 입장에서 또는 학부모 입장에서는 내가 어느 학교를 가고 어떤 선생님을 만나더라도 배워야 할 것을 못 배우지 않았으면 좋겠다 라는 맥락에서 전반적인 교사의 수준을 높여보자라는 맥락에서 전학공입니다. 전문적 학습 공동체. 그래서 그런 담론들이 이루어졌고요. 거기 보시면 교원 능력 평가 관련해서 신자유주의 개혁 개혁의 방향으로 평가가 실제로 도입됐고요. 그다음에 책무성 담론이 논문에서 키워드로 굉장히 많이 등장합니다. 그리고 전문성 개발 연결되고 교사의 효과성, 그리고 동료 교사의 동료 평가. 왜냐하면 수업에 대한 컨설팅은 수업 해본 사람이 알거든요. 동교과 해당 수업을 실제로 해본 선배들 중심으로. 그리고 예상하신 것처럼 교원정책 성과급 관련 담론들이 등장했습니다. 그다음에 임용시험 개별적인 호기심에서 분석했는데요. 그리고 이게 이제 교원대 특성을 반영하는 겁니다. 교원대 학술지는 저는 정말 놀라웠던 게 국도사수가 은미채 실령, 유치원 모두 포괄하는 논문들이 특집호에서 다루어졌습니다. 여러 번. 그 가장 중요한 토픽 중에 하나가 교원 임용시험이었고요. 또 하나가 아마 오래 계셨던 분은 아실 텐데 클래스룸 프렌들리, 그래서 권재우실 총장님 계실 때 요거를 특집호로 또 만드셨더라고요. 마찬가지입니다. 이론과 실천의 괴리를 극복하기 위해서 실제로 써먹을 수 있는 수업 전문성을 개발하자. 이거 제 용어 아니고요. 위키피디아 찾았더니 나오더라고요. 그래서 요거를 모든 교과별로 논문을 모집하시고 게재하셨습니다. 요 교원교육 학술지에서. 그래서 거기 보시면 2008년 이래로 교실 친화, 현장에서 써먹을 수 있는 거 요걸 강조하셨고 특집호에서 2009년, 2010년까지 교실 친화라는 키워드로 논문을 실었고요. 모든 교과, 모든 학교급에서 다루었습니다. 그래서 이런 논문들이 있었고 임용시험 같은 경우에는 아시겠지만 2004년 특집호에서 초중등, 왜냐하면 임용시험은 잘 아시는 것처럼 초등, 중등 따로 되고요. 초등은 지난 토요일 날 합숙 들어갔고요. 중등은 다음 주 토요일 날 들어갑니다. 그리고 초등, 중등 모두 다 일반, 특수 이렇게 나누어집니다. 물론 초등 아래 유아도 들어가 있고요. 그래서 거기 보시면 2004년 특집호에서 다루었고 어떤 내용들이 다루어졌냐면 초등교사 신규 임용, 그다음 임용시험 시험 준비, 임용시험 영어교사, 교과별로 연구가 이루어졌습니다. 그다음에 드디어 마지막입니다. 교과교육 전문성 또는 페다고지컬 컨텐츠 나울리지, 교사, 저희는 초등은 클래스룸 티처고요. 그다음에 중등은 교과 전문가잖아요. 서브젝트 티처인데 초등하고 중등하고 뭐가 다르냐라고 할 때 어떤 밖에서 보시는 분들은 저희는 뭐 교원대 여기 모두 한 식구니까 페다고지하고 컨텐츠 나울리지하고 뭐가 중요할까라는 거 계속 씨름하고 있죠. 그래서 페다고지 더하기 컨텐츠. 그래서 예전에는 고졸 학력을 가지고 적절한 페다고지를 배우면 시험을 보고 초등교사 자격증을 주고 했었습니다. 아주 오래전에 미국에서는. 근데 지금은 아니죠. 그래서 저희도 교대가 2년제였다가 4년제였다가 이젠 그것도 모자란다 6년제로 올리자라고 했을 때 교사들이 불평 중에 하나가 그럼 2년 더 다니면은 초봉 더 줄 거냐라는 얘기가 있죠. 근데 그것보다 더 중요한 거는 날리지 베이스입니다. 우리가 교육대학원 제도로 갔을 때 정말로 6년 동안 배워야 될 난리지 지식 기반이 있느냐, 변호사나 의사처럼. 그것도 저희가 이제 해결해야 될 숙제고요. 그래서 슐만이 86년에 페다고지컬 컨텐트 날리지, 단순히 페다고지 더하기 컨텐츠의 그 물리적 결합이 아니고 혼합물이 아니고 교집합이 아니고 케미컬 화학적인 변화다, 플러스 알파다라고 주장한 이래로 교과교육에서 교사교육을 강화하기 시작했습니다. 그래서 물론 저를 포함해서, 그리고 제가 예전에 평가원 있을 때 2002년부터 교육은 산발입니다. 산발이. 무엇을 가르칠 것이냐 교육과정, 어떻게 가르칠 것이냐 티칭 앤 러닝. 티칭 앤 러닝의 후면 리소스가 교사죠. 그리고 마지막에 질관리입니다. 제대로 했느냐 평가. 그래서 막 돌아가죠. 그래서 보시면 평가원에서도 본부가 그렇게 구성되어 있습니다. 교육과정본부, 교수학습본부, 그다음에 평가본부 이렇게 되어 있고요. 2002년에 처음에 교수학습센터를 만들었습니다. 만들자고 연구를 했었고 그때 시작했던 게 PCK 연구입니다. 본격적으로. 그래서 한 10년을 했습니다. 10년을. 근데 저희 때는 그때는 좋았던 것 같아요. 국도사수가 은미채실령 수업을 찍어서 올렸어요. 그리고 각 수업에 대해서 초인교사 수업, 경력교사 수업, 예를 들어서 뉴턴의 법칙이다. 그러면 동영상을 찍어서 저녁 먹고 퇴근하시면 잘 먹인 다음에 3시간, 4시간씩 수업을 분석을 했습니다. 그래서 전사를 하고 그렇게 해서 만들었던 게 교원 능력 개발 평가 기준이었습니다. 그래서 교육부에 납품했던 기억이 있고요. 그래서 그게 교과교육의 전문성입니다. 그리고 교원대가 했던 큰 기여 중에 하나가, 제가 학교 다닐 때는 과학교육 전공 교수가 없었어요. 그래서 저희 때는 유학을 갔었습니다. 근데 교원대에서 처음으로 교과교육 교수들을 뽑기 시작했고요. 그리고 2세대부터는 이제 유학 굳이 안 가고 국내에서 박사학위 받으시잖아요. 그래서 교원대는 유일하게 과학과 같은 경우에 교과교육 전공자가 2명씩 있습니다. 유일하게, 대한민국에서 유일하게. 그래서 그게 교원대의 특징 중에 하나고, 그래서 교과교육 전문성으로 분석을 했더니 교과교육 예비교사 수업 전문성, 수업 개선, 반성적 실천 이런 것들이 나오고 있습니다. 그래서 PCK 부분은 자세한 내용은 나중에 자료집 보시거나 아니면 나중에 논문 나오면 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그림을 크게 키운 다음에 연결고리랑 주변에 어떤 단어들이 분포하는지, 그리고 그 당시에 무슨 논의들이 오갔는지, 그리고 시대별로 분석한 것도 굉장히 자세하게 많이 있는데요. 딱 하나만 실었습니다. 왜냐하면 교육과정 개정 시기별로 하는 거는 데이터가 너무 적어서 지나친 일반화가 이루어질까 봐 이것만 실었고요. 그래서 결론은 기대하셨던 것처럼 대한민국 교사교육 또는 교육과정, 교육 정책에 따라서 수행된 연구가 달라지는 것을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 저는 개인적으로 분석하면서 되게 재밌었어요. 그래서 보시면 교원 능력 개발 평가, 책무성, 핵심학교, 그다음에 전학공, 수업 전문성, PCK 등의 단어들이 팝업되어서 나타났고요. 그다음에 말씀드린 것처럼 교원대학교 설립 이래로 교과교육이 정립되면서 관련 연구들이 활성화되었고요. 그다음에 교사교육의 통상적인 연구 주제와 영역별로 관련 학술지를 종합해야 된다. 이게 무슨 말씀이냐면 단 2개의 학술지만 봤잖아요. 그리고 사실은 교사교육 담론은 저희 나라 같은 경우에는 교육행정 쪽에서는 마이너 그룹이고요. 교과별로 접근할 필요가 있습니다. 예를 들어서 여기도 뒤에 말씀드려놨는데요. 교과교육 PCK 연구 같은 경우에는 외람되지만 수학, 과학 그쪽으로 가장 많이 발달되어 있습니다. 그래서 그쪽 학술지를 좀 깊게 분석하면 제대로 된 연구 동향이나 연구 주제를 파악할 수 있을 것 같다라는 거였고요. 그래서 다른 분석 방법, 토픽 모델링이나 아니면 다른 분석 방법을 한다면 또 다른 시사점을 얻을 수 있을 것 같다라는 거였고요. 다시 한번 당부드리지만 과도한 일반화는 좀 무리가 있을 것 같다. 그리고 하나만 더 말씀드리면 교과교육도 교사교육도 그렇고 교육과정도 그렇고 좋은 수업에 대한 담론도 그렇고 교과 기반이어야 할 것 같다라는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 그래서 아마 교사교육 쪽으로 하시는 분들은 아시겠지만 오늘 오랜 시간 동안 앉아 계셨는데 세계 어느 부분을 막론하고 교사교육은 100년 동안 똑같은 숙제를 갖고 있습니다. 아직도 해결하지 못한. 그래서 영역별로 교사들의 전문성 을 개선하고, 그리고 저희가 지금 진행하고 있는 것처럼 이론과 실천의 갭을 좀 줄여보자. 그러려면은 개인적인 사견이지만 임용시험이 없어져야겠죠. 왜냐하면 임용시험에서 1등을 하고 좋은 점수를 얻었다고 해서 좋은 교사인 것과는 조금 문제가 있습니다. 아니면 내신을 반영하는 것도 좋을 것 같다. 교원대는 아주 훌륭한 임용시험 준비를 위한 공간입니다. 근데 저는 가장 충격받았던 게 제가 평가원에 17년 있다가 여기 와서 보니까 아이들이 임용시험 스터디를 하거나 인강을 듣느라고 수업을 안 들어오더라고요. 그래서 그게 어마어마한 충격이었습니다. 그래서 이건 뭔가 주객이 전도된 것 같다. 그럼에도 불구하고 일단 붙으시고 현장 교사가 되시고 그리고 나서 그 다음에 거기서 멈추지 마시고 제대로 된 교사 교육자가 될 수 있도록 지속적인 전문성 개발을 하고 그리고 그럼에도 불구하고 나쁘지 않은 게 교육대학은 지난 주말에 면접했잖아요. 훌륭한 교사가 되어서 공부하겠다고 왔더라고요. 그래서 그렇게 나쁘지만 않구나. 일단 현장에 내보내면 스스로 잘하는 부분도 있을 것 같고 그리고 이 사람들이 갈증이 있으니까 돌아오더라고요. 그래서 전체적인 아까 보여드린 교사 경력 발달 단계, 교사 지원자에서부터 나중에 완벽한 교사의 구성원 멤버가 될 때까지 거기까지 전문성 개발을 교원대가 적재적소의 단계별로 지원해 줄 수 있으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 호시절 다 지났습니다. 근데 이게 저희만 그런 게 아니고 가장 뛰어난 얼마 전에 잘못된 서희 초등학교 선생님도 만영고등학교의 수석이었대요. 전교 1등짜리. 그래서 전교 1등인데 왜 교대를 갔을까라는 게 첫 번째 의문이었고요. 근데 더 이상 그렇게 훌륭하고 아름다운 분들이 교사가 되겠다고 오지 않습니다. 그래서 이거는 우리만 그런 게 아니고 물론 아기들도 없고요. 대학도 문 닫아서 올라오고 꼽히는 순서대로 초등학교도 문 닫아서 올라오잖아요. 그래서 교원대가 더 나은 한층 업그레이드된 교원 양성기관으로서 거듭나야 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 오늘 말씀해 주신 국외 사례를 보고 좀 더 나은 대안과 개선 방안을 마련할 수 있으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 발표 감사합니다. 아주 강하게 액센트를 넣어서 발표를 해주셨습니다. 18년에 중단된 국제 프로젝트 중에 라이즈 프로젝트라고 있습니다. 거기 빌 게이츠 재단하고 영국과 호주의 교육부가 참여한 프로젝트인데 거기서 다루었던 주요 내용 중에 하나는 교사의 퀄리티를 평가하는 것이었고 교사의 퀄리티가 뭘로 평가되는가였습니다. 그래서 임용시험 그리고 교사의 양성기관에서의 어떤 성적, 학점, 그다음에 면접 그리고 인적성 검사 이런 것들을 변인으로 해서 교사 퀄리티를 예측하는 분석을 했는데 어느 것도 교사의 질을 예측하지 못했습니다. 단 하나가 나왔어요. 그게 뭐냐면 모의 수업의 수준이었어요. 교사가 양성기관에서 했던 모의 수업에 대한 평가 결과가 3년, 5년 후에 교사 실행을 예측하는 가장 강한 변인으로 나왔습니다. 그런 맥락에서 앞서 국제적인 조망을 통해서 탐색되고 있는 주요 변인들을 살펴봤고 현재까지 한국의 교원교육에서 어떤 변인들을 다루었는지 살펴보았다면 앞으로 우리가 무슨 변인을 다루어야 될지에 대한 고민이 남은 것으로 보입니다. 이상으로 발표를 마치고요. 지금 3시 50분인데 4시까지 쉬셨다가 4시부터 토크 콘서트를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 브레이크 타임 갖도록 하겠습니다. 네, 안내 말씀드립니다. 지금부터 마지막 순서입니다. 토크 콘서트를 시작하고자 합니다. 장외에 계신 분들은 들어와서 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Every presenters, please come out on the stage. 네, 토크 콘서트의 사회는 교원대학교에서 제일 미인이신 강남아 교수님께서 맡아주셨습니다.
So I guess we've been spending more time than planned. So let's start our final discussion in a minute. We are going to finish our final discussion by 5. Okay, at 5. As we announced in the beginning of the conference, we ask you to post your questions on the board. So we collected this much, and since my eye doesn't work well, I took a picture. So I have these posted questions on my cell phone. And I'm going to select some of them, and depending on the time, I might be able to ask most of the questions, hopefully. So there are specific questions for specific presenters, and also there are general questions for all. So to make the start easy, let's give a general question so that each each presenter can have something to say in the beginning, and then I will go to specific questions for specific presenters. There has been common theme across the presentation that connecting theory to practice is the key in teacher education, as well as continuing teacher professional development. So there was a question about the strategies and if there's any policies to make sure that theory are connected to practices. And this is one of the questions that is specifically related to Professor Jari's presentation about research-based teacher education too. So why don't we start with Jari? Because he has a specific historical comment on research-based teacher education. And then the rest of the presentation, please have insights, share insights with us.
Please a little bit repeat what focus I should have to research-based teacher education, or is it very general? Just to elaborate a little bit more, or is it any special focus in the question?
So the question is specifically if you have any strategies or policies that that ensure connecting theory to practice in teacher education.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my presentation, this connection is crucial all over the world, especially in Europe also. And the term coherence in teacher education has been started to use. We just had 2 long research projects with universities from the northern part of Europe. And we were first developing the coherent science instruction, because I'm with the field of science. And then second project, this altogether almost 10 years, we were focusing to the coherent structure in teacher education. So there are many levels where we are looking for connecting theory and practice. This disciplinary-based coherence means that those who are teaching science, in my case, at the university courses for student teachers, they should understand that the students are teaching science at school, and they should prepare the development of coherent knowledge structure so that the meaning to the concepts are deep and powerful. You can use the knowledge in planning new investigation, in interpreting data, in solving problems. So the core ideas are crucial to focus. And the core ideas are not without knowledge practices. Students at classroom, at university, meet the core ideas in connection to the practices like planning investigations and analyzing data, looking for evidence, arguing. So they are together. So we have to have that kind of environment at the Faculty of Science, those who are teaching, and focusing to those topics in the subject-specific courses. And then in pedagogy, we have to find ways how to help student teachers to plan coherent science instruction, and especially then the mentor teachers who are mentoring the teaching practice at school, they should of course themselves understand what are the elements of coherent discipline instruction, and then they have to have tools for supporting student teachers in planning and reflection. So that was a 4-year project, and we developed kind of tools for coherent planning, but also for kind of mobile phone applications that students can record kind of simple Flanders interaction analysis, what's happening, but not only interaction, but also from the point of view of coherence of the ideas. And then is the structural level. There are science specialists, there are pedagogical specialists, there are mentors who are working with student teachers. They should have common meetings where they are planning together the program. They should understand what's happening in different courses, how they contribute to the big picture. And this means that everybody should have also the common understanding where to go, what are the big aims of the program, and share them and understand how my course is building the big picture. So for these purposes, we are having frequently meetings, and in other countries participating in the project, they are having the meetings with faculty members from the science and pedagogy and schools discussing about those issues. And then in addition also those concrete tools, for example, the Khon in Australia has developed this core content representation tool for planning purposes, and it is guiding students to ask relevant questions in mind when they are planning the lessons, and this tool should be used at the educational faculty and also at school, and the mentors and faculty members at Faculty of Education, they should have a common language when they are discussing, and student teachers should meet the common language. And also this observation tool I mentioned. The different tools are useful for making the connection between theory and practice. And then finally, the research collaboration in Finland. We are having very fruitful research collaboration with the teachers who are mentoring the teaching practice, and they are participating even in the paper writing scientific publications. So it's a very challenging to connect them properly, but then we have to focus to the disciplinary level and the structural level, aims and the collaboration of different parties. And so I hope I open a discussion and somebody else can contribute what others. I think this Thailand experience with these learning communities and the staff members, how they are collaborating with those teachers who are, it was something similar in my understanding.
Thank you for specific ideas. Should we move to Emily?
Sure. So the question was related to whether there was policy or strategies related to theory and practice links. So as I shared, in the United States, each of the teacher licensure piece needs to adhere to the state licensure board. So each of the states have their own individual requirements. In Nevada, where my university exists, the state sets very minimal standards in terms of content and type of coursework, and then the type of field work that is needed. They do not go into very specifics about the nature of the course. So I'll give you an example. They expect at the state level a pedagogy course, classroom management course. They also require special education preparation course and multicultural education course, and that's it. Those are the minimal standards to meet if you would like to attain a teacher license in Nevada. So when it comes to the importance of linking theory to practice, that is usually generated by university professors and researchers who oversee the teacher preparation programs. So that's what drives the importance of linking theory to practice. So that's where we stand. Thanks.
Thank you. Should we move on to Professor Maitree?
Okay, thanks. I think when we say that we try to connecting theory and practice, meaning that we recognize the gap between theory and practice. But to me, it's not only the problem between the gap between theory and practice, but we better say that, in fact, we have also a philosophy philosophy. It depends on philosophy that influence the practice. So the gap is not only theory and practice, but how we start with some kind of philosophy when we talk about that, like student-based or student-centered learning. We started with that philosophy, and then we try to think of some theory and principle. But the gap between from this to practice, we always think of some kind of approach. Then we go into practice. But now we come into the way that we try to use a reflective practice in that we make, as I mentioned in my talks, that it depends on who do theory and who do take role in practice. It doesn't mean that theory and practice itself has to create a gap, but it depends on, in traditional, the university-based teacher education, we start with some kind of teacher education program, but as I mentioned, it's still insufficient a number of hours for our student teachers to do a practice. That's why in our case, we try to create research and R&D cycles between the subsystem of the teacher education system, like pre-service, beginning teachers, and in our case, we use lesson study.
Thank you so much for sharing your philosophical, actually, response. So when we usually talk about connecting theory to practice, in a traditional way, we mean that whether pre-service teachers can implement theory in classroom practices, but he just problematized that whether our theory really reflects the reality of the classroom. So when it comes to connecting theory to practice, it's a matter of whether theory really reflects the practical issues and whether practice means just implementation of theory or creation of new knowledge based on what they learned from the campus. So that's very, to me, it's like Asian culture. But Jari's words, coherence would be a good fit to this discussion. You know, coherence between theory and practice doesn't prioritize theory or practice. It's a matter of both going together. So it feels like coherence is a better word instead of asking whether connecting the theory to practice, just which is a word based on the traditional view of teacher education. So this issue is actually an important issue in Korea too. So I'd like to hear about Dr. Ho's comments on the coherence.
I thought you were going to skip me, as you were. Connecting theory into practice has been always an issue in teacher education, not only in teacher education, but in education in general. But I think there is an assumption when we say we need to connect or make a coherent connection between theory and practice, which means that in terms of teachers in their jobs, that they need to be some kind of a researcher on their own. And traditionally, and today too, we tend to leave that area to the teachers themselves. University training programs teach some of the aspects, theories, or how to practice even, but still the ways of their practice is determined actually by themselves in the classrooms. So the question is, how do we prepare the future teachers in terms of a practitioner rather than a researcher? Sometimes that we hear that we need to have the teachers as researchers in their practices. But more, I would like to more emphasize or see more programs emphasizing more on training the future teachers to become more of a practitioners rather than a researcher. Yep.
Okay, that's another issue that needs at least a day to discuss. So I'm going to move on to our next question, which is kind of related but a little different. There is a question about educating teacher educators. So since we have international scholars here, I'd like to know, and the one who asked this question might have been curious about whether there is any discussion on training or educating teacher educators for proper teacher education program. Anyone? Yes, Jari.
So in international research on teacher education, this research on teacher educators' professional learning is a kind of rising area and coming more and more important. And there are even reviews about this research, and they are summarizing that, okay, because teacher educators are research-oriented people, academic people, they are willing to learn new things based on making themselves research, but especially in collaboration with others in order to have reflective elements in that. Of course, also the participation in conferences, presenting papers. So there's a long list what is supportive for teacher educators learning. I think one of the challenges that has been recognized that it's among the academic people, it's very much according to the personal interest and personal needs, and how to guide in a polite way us teacher educators to look for something new that is a little bit outside our common orientation and interest. And in my country, when we are planning national strategies or national guidelines for teacher education, it's common that we are inviting teacher educators to the common table with the ministry people and stakeholders, even teacher union. And it's very clear in the very beginning that there will be some resources for implementing the new ideas. And then we have a very guided call for proposals. Last time I was myself designing this call, and we allocate some 40 million euro for supporting teacher educators to become familiar with the kind of new views like transformative agency, which means that teachers at school should have this kind of practice skills to recognize challenges and planning how to overcome challenges like inclusive education or new type of learning environments. So these resources are guiding to take new challenges to the teacher educators' collaborative research and development practices. So there's a long list what we are already doing, but the challenge is how to guide us to they really think that we are educating teachers for the society and what are the needs of the society and what are the needs at school level. That's not easy for us, and that's why this kind of extra money is very supportive for taking these challenges to the research.
Thank you. It's good to hear that others also are worried about teacher educators' quality. Emily, do you have to say?
Yeah, so in the United States, we have very similar, I believe, to other countries where you form professional organizations. So one of the organizations in the United States is specifically servicing teacher educators. It's called the Association of Teacher Educators. If you go on the website, you'll see the type of work that they've done, and it supports the equity mission as well as supporting diverse learners in their various environments. You will also notice part of their work, I was also a contributor in designing and creating national standards for teacher educators, where they outline the specific competencies and sort of collection of evidence on artifacts that would support meeting certain competencies. So if you're interested, it details the type of skills, knowledge, and dispositions that we would be working with preparing the candidates who are attempting to get their doctoral degrees, and that is part of the coursework that we also offer in our PhD programs, because we have at the University of Nevada a PhD in teacher education, where we also inform the doctoral candidates about the standards in which we're trying to achieve. So, yeah.
Oh, that's a pretty new news to me, and I'm going to visit the website and see what I'm missing in the list of competencies. What do I miss? What do I don't have? Maitree, do you have something to?
Yes, I think when we talk about the professionalism, and the crucial part is the practice part, including our teaching profession. I think if we date back to John Dewey ideas, the idea of learning by doing with reflecting is to work. I think so. Traditionally, in effective education, we have a lab school, right? We have a demonstration school. We do theory in action, and reverts back with the reflective practice. But when we say who is teacher educator, that's a problem. In our case, in Thailand, during my day when I graduated from high school and then become a student at teacher college, we have a lot of practice. I got 2-year certificates, and then another 2 years, and then come to bachelor degree, and we have a lot of experience. But nowadays, at the Faculty of Education, those who earn PhD might not have a background in practice. So we have a problem. So in the sense, how we educate teacher educator is meaning that who is the teacher educator. If they have a background teaching at school for some year, at the demonstration school or some other collaborative school that we are doing, then they qualifies and have the requirements enough to come to teach at the Faculty of Education. So that's my idea.
Thank you again. This theoretical discussion on reflection in practice as well as experience can be a good requirement for teacher educators. Let's move on to the next topic. It's about equity issues. There is a question about unequal qualities of teachers across regions. It may depend on the context of country. For example, in Korea, we don't have any problem of teacher quality in urban areas, but from my experience in the US, teachers don't want to get a job in urban areas, so there is a quality issue in urban areas. But anyway, there is a regional inequality in terms of teacher quality. So there is a question about what are the strategies, or is there any policies to close the gap in the qualities of teachers across regions? Emily, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you for the question. So we recognize that, again, a recurring pattern in a lot of the underserved urban area schools, we lack high quality teachers. And we've tried to address that issue by implementing certain programs. Case in point is what we call Teach for America program. This was created in recent graduates of bachelor's degrees who hold deep content knowledge, yet they have no pedagogical training. And the way they recruit these students is these students are very high achieving, and they have long-term career goals to perhaps be, let's say, a medical doctor or a lawyer in the future. But they market this in a way to say, before you enter your profession of your choice, it would be beneficial for you to understand more of a broader context of the communities that you will be serving. And part of it is giving back to the community by becoming a teacher for a short period after graduation. So this Teach for America program will recruit these high-achieving students. They sign on. The summer that they sign on, they go through what we call a boot camp. Essentially, during the summer months, they spend in very intense studies in learning the methods and pedagogy, very intense way of learning. And then afterwards, they're placed directly in a classroom, even before they're licensed, right? So they're conditionally licensed in terms of meeting only bare minimum licensure requirements. They're not fully licensed. They go into these very underserved, very challenging working conditions. They sign on for 2 years. While they're doing their community service, they get coursework connected to their experience, ideally in that situation where it enhances more of their teaching skills and knowledge. As you can imagine, they struggle a lot in those 2 years, and because it's so short term, right, they know they're committed only for those 2 years and they get to move on to their real career. And so that's a way of how some folks are trying to address putting, even teachers who have a little bit of preparation in front of students. And because these urban schools are so challenging, even when you get fully licensed teachers, they may only commit only a short time, and when different positions open up in the suburb area where it's less challenging, they are working with students that are more like them culturally, they will move. And that's why you see the shortage of teachers in these really, really challenging conditions. So there's different programs that the folks are trying to address, but it's still an ongoing challenge in these type of schools. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Jari, do you have a problem like this?
May I continue?
Yeah.
So this equity in European context, but especially in my country context, it is kind of value in society. And there are state level and city level initiatives or measures which are done in order to achieve equity. And state level, we are monitoring with the teacher surveys and student academic performance tests. We are not having testing as such, but the monitoring is based on a representative sample, so that we have enough sample size from the east, west, north, south, and cities, urban, and countryside. And then it's really the kind of performance as such, or how good are the outcomes. Maybe that is not the most important. The variation is most important for policymakers and schools and teachers, so that we are looking to have a small variation between areas, between schools, and between classrooms. And for these purposes, state is using allocating of tax money for those areas where somehow the outcomes are not so high, or teachers' working conditions are not in well. So we are having this kind of tax money allocation strategy. And in city level, they quite often call it positive discrimination. The positive discrimination means that in the area where the unemployment rate and outcomes and well-being are lower compared to the averages, cities allocating more resources to special need students, foreign home language teachers, and many type of classroom assistants. So it's a very, very long tradition to, maybe this positive discrimination is the kind of practical approach for having better equity in Finnish state level and city level.
Thank you. Maitree, do you also have the same problem?
Yes, we have a lot of problems. In our case, in Thailand, we have like 30,000 schools across the country. And half of this, more than half of these 30,000 schools, we call a small school, meaning that the number of students is less than 120. Some, half of that is less than 70, is distributed in underserved area across the country. So the government try to solve this inequity, the problem for the teacher quality. We have a lot of projects to serve that area. We provide scholarship for those who want to work at those areas. Full scholarship to study like 4 years at the university and then pay more for another 6 years when he works at the school and the mountain and the border. And as I mentioned in my talks, for the next 10 years, because we have this problem, then we have like 2,000 positions for each year for a public school. So we give a scholarship for them, and I myself propose that if we can design a teacher training school and work closely with the teacher education institute, hopefully we can solve the problem. And the idea of Teach for Americans also come to Thailand. We have a Teach for Thailand, the private organization organize the fellows, to those who have backgrounds, non-education, comes. I conduct the training for them, and then the foundation send them to teach as a small school on the top of the mountains, and numbers of alternatives to solve this problem.
Yeah, Koreans expecting we will have more small schools in the future, so maybe there's something to learn. And both Jari and Maitree mentioned using money is the key. Let's see how we are doing in Korea, because I don't believe we can use salaries because we have fixed salaries. So what's the strategy do we have?
I was going to say money. But I think the Korean situation is slightly different because compared to the United States, we're vice versa. We're having less experience. I don't want to say less quality because I assume that Korean teachers have the same quality nationwide, but less experienced teachers at the rural area, and teachers prefer the urban city schools because of the comfort, of course. In terms of that experience gap, what I see or what we see in teacher education research is that about 10 to, as I shared in my presentation, 10 to 15 years of teaching experience of a teacher would be the peak of their performance or of their teaching and learning activities. But not many of those who have that kind of experience prefer to work at rural schools. So I was going to say money will be the most efficient and effective way, but challenges are that we have a fixed salary system, and we have a policy to give extra points, additional points to their promotions, and still not many teachers are willing to work at these small schools in rural areas. So it is a challenge, and unfortunately, I do not have the answer except money. Yeah.
We are in a capitalist society. That's so sad. So let's conclude that we don't have any solutions yet. Not yet, but we will have soon. I have two very interesting questions, and I'm looking at the time, and I'm not sure. Let's ask both questions together, and let the presenters get one of them to answer. So there is a question about, is there any differences in the nature of teachers between the old teachers and MZ or Z generation teachers in your country? Okay, and the second question is, what level of technology integration does your country expect for teachers in these days, especially with interactive AI? So pick one. You cannot answer both. We don't have time. So pick one and please answer. Who wants to start? Dr. He, do you want to start? Yeah.
First, I'll answer the first question of old versus new generation. Even I've shared my work comparing the new generation and the old generation. This generation gap is not new, actually. It has been in our organization system for a long time. The difference that I want to point out is that we see a difference that we cannot actually fulfill for the new generation. As I shared in my slides, the new generation is asking for something that, unfortunately, that we cannot, policy-wise, teacher training-wise, society-wise, is very difficult to provide, such as job satisfactions, which is not a single effort made by the school level or at the ministry level. It's a societal effort that the parents also need to be involved. Community members also needs to be involved. So that kind of a gap is an issue, but the content of the factors that create that gap, I think might be different from other countries, but it's something that we need to urgently actually address in not only in teacher education, but teacher policy-wise.
Oh, thank you. So there might be different causes of the gap between generations. That's a good question to do some research. So Emily, do you want to?
Sure. I will add on to that in terms of preparing teachers from different generations to work with new generation of students. So Marty Haberman's research in terms of the STAR teachers, and as it was tied to the equity issue as I was concluding my presentation, is that when we admit teachers beyond just test scores, can we consider other attributes that we can look at in terms of missions? Because I understand in Korea that you have a very selective population that you admit. The acceptance rates is very small. And so one of the consideration is then if we're looking at the qualities of teachers beyond test scores, what can we look at? And Marty Haberman's research indicated that what would benefit teachers to be successful in teaching really diverse populations, and this includes students from a new generation, is that they have the maturity. So usually candidates who are older, maybe 30 and plus, have life experiences. They also have characteristics of the persistence of supporting their students and wanting to see them succeed. So that's another attribute. And that they also create an environment where students feel like they belong and that they're cared for in the classroom. And these are attributes that are really hard to measure upon admissions, but they found that those teachers that are effective and retained over time, they tend to show these characteristics. Another thing that we're dealing with probably in the US and I think globally, where you have students that spend a lot of time on playing video games, right? Watching TV, the media section. So rather than seeing this as a negative, a lot of times is how can you as a teacher use this to your benefit in your pedagogy and in setting up classroom interactions for your students, so that you can help them develop, the necessary skills that they will need upon entering the workforce, eventually leaving school. And it's hard to say because you need a balance of both, right? You need the human interaction skills to be successful, working in teams, working individually, independently, but then you also need to prepare them for the next evolution in the expectations for technology, for them to be skilled and be knowledgeable in applying any of the developments that's happening, for instance, with generative AI, that you as a teacher need to be informed and preparing that in an effective way, but at the same time be able to translate that and make that accessible for your students. So we see it as a good challenge, I think, and the landscape for education in the classrooms as well as in the world, it always comes back and impacts how do we prepare them well for those cases. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sure that in the past there must have been gaps between generations, but the world's changing so fast. So I guess in our generation we feel the gap larger than before in the history. But maybe we can review the history and see some ideas from the history. Jari, do you wanna answer?
So this young generation, old generation teachers, I think it is an important issue, but on the other hand, maybe we emphasize more to the kind of lifelong learning competencies in initial teacher education, in state level documents, in school curricula. So it is everywhere, so that everybody should have the competencies for professional learning the whole career. So basically, in my understanding, there is not a huge difference. On the other hand, the young teachers have children, they have own challenges. The older teachers have old parents, they have own challenges. So there are different challenges people try to overcome, but this basic orientation to willingness and competence for professional learning, that's really important for avoiding this gap. And I'll give an example. In Finland, we have one state-level examination in the end of high school, and it was made computer-based, and it made a big change in upper secondary education. Nowadays, everybody is using those personal laptops and working with the data and information and writing and use AI and whatever. But I think there was no difference between the teachers, how they start support to, at least based on the outcomes of the tests. And this integration of technology, it's very close to this, how we guarantee that all teachers are able to continuously learn the new tools and new pedagogy. I think in the case of AI, it's more question about the pedagogy, because this web pages, copying, pasting, it has been possible for a long time, but of course the new tools are more effective, and there is more ethical issues should be discussed at school. It's important to have strategic approach. We have had some 7 strategies in the field of integrating digital tools to education, also follow-up kind of implementation, but also the follow-up studies. So it's important to monitor how well teachers are, how often they are, what is the pedagogy, and so it's important to know what is happening. And also the international comparative studies. In my memory, in one international comparative study, the South Korean students were the best in the use of digital tools for learning. Finnish and Danish were coming quite close. So it's important to follow also, not only discuss about the aims and strategies, and then communicate the outcomes to the teachers and policymakers and discuss about the outcomes. So that is the way how we make the generation differences small and support to adopt new ideas in new pedagogy.
Thank you for answering actually both questions. That's very nice. I'd like to point out one thing that Jari just mentioned about students using ICT internationally top ranked. But I recently found out that our students use ICT the best, the most in the worldwide. However, in schools, they ranked like less than middle. So, which means that teachers don't use ICT in the classroom. So I was shocked with the recent data from the OECD report. So that's something we need to reflect on, whether our classrooms are really innovating and meeting the needs of our new generations. So I intentionally left some time to get some questions from the floor, just in case they didn't have a chance to post their questions on the board. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, dear professors. My question is addressed to Professor Ju. How does professional development impact teachers' ability to address learners' underachievement? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah. I say, how does professional development impact teachers' ability to address learners' underachievement?
Oh, so is there anyone who want to answer that effect of PD on student learning? I'm wondering if there's a difference across the country. Or one thing that I want to mention that it is very dangerous to assume that student achievement are all depend on how teachers does, right? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. There is enough research, in fact, regarding the effect of teachers' professional development on student achievement. Now, it's not clicking today, but it's been a very long day for me. Excuse me, but there is a percentage. I can't remember the study, but there's a percentage telling that certain amount of percentage is attributed actually to teachers' professional development affecting student outcome or student achievement. And there are various different studies indicating what kind of professional development is effective in improving or affecting, positively influencing the students' achievement. Number one is the coherence of content knowledge and the professional development. Many times it is pointed out that the professional development is not really leaning towards student academic learnings. And sometimes it's unfortunately for the teacher's interest sometimes in the professional development time. The second point is data, that teachers tend to have a conversation, I would say, not an analysis of a specific student, for example, of a specific content, of a specific subject. They rather chat in a very casual way and think that they have engaged in a very meaningful professional development, which is not. So data is a very important piece to it. And of course, there are many other elements like time, support from the principal, support from the colleagues, which all actually directs towards students' academic achievement. In fact, teachers' professional development first initiated because the teachers, whether it was top-down or bottom-up, the need for student achievement scores, actually. Yep.
Thank you for answering the question. We have 3 minutes left, and I'd like to get the last final question, if there's any burning question. Yes.
Thank you for the floor. My question I was really interested in the point that Professor Juer approached during his presentation, making the teaching profession attractive. So my question is, what would you suggest to make the teaching profession more attractive career for the coming generation?
For the new generation, you mean?
Yes, for the new generation.
It's for you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. I can only speak for the case of Korean, of course, Korea. In my slide, I shared the survey of the new generations affecting factors of their job choice. And I think the top is work-life balance. I think that was addressed by Professor Andy Hargreaves in his presentation as well, that teachers' well-being is a very important factor in, of course, choosing the job, teaching profession, and staying in the job. So, my approach to this is I've conducted a research, I published an article last year talking about a school that teachers want to work. When we think of a good school, we generally think that in terms of a student's perspective. If it's a good school, I can go there and achieve, I can grow, and so on and so forth. But we don't actually perceive a good school from a teacher's perspective, which means that a school for the teachers is a job, is a workplace, basically. So I would like to have more research, and we need to make more efforts policy-wise so that the teachers feel that the school is a really likable place to work. Yes.
Yes, I totally agree. He just reminded me of a book that I read that was published several years ago in Korea. That the title of the book was "Teachers Also Don't Want to Go to School." So that's exactly what he just said, that we need to examine the conditions of working conditions of teachers, including students, that encourage teachers to make them feel like they want to work. So that's a nice ending of this conference. So it's been a long day. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for your presentation and your trip to Korea. I hope you enjoy the rest of the time in Korea. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 발표만큼이나 다양한 내용들을 또 공부할 수 있는 토크 콘서트였던 것 같습니다. 이제 마지막 순서입니다. 지금 장외에 저희가 조금 더 풍성한 학술 대회를 기획하면서 포스터 세션을 마련하였습니다. 포스터 세션에 참가했던 많은 학생들과 교수님께 다시 한 번 더 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 지금 마지막 순서는 포스터 발표 세션에서 가장 우수한 포스터 발표 논문에 대해서 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 내가 이름을 모르는데 사진을 찍어야 돼.
여기 안에 제목이 있기는 해서요. 사진을 찍을까요? 사진 핸드폰.
이건 뭐라고 읽어야 돼?
매올.
먼저 장려상을 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 장려상은 교육연구원장님이 진행해 주시겠습니다. 장려상은 미셸 올리비도가 수상하게 되겠습니다. 장례 계신가요? 상장 장려상 미셸 올비도 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년 기념 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스 포스트 세션에서 위와 같이 입상하기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 2024년 10월 24일 한국교원대학교 교육연구원장 김현진 드립니다. 다음 또 다음 장려상은 장윤석 선생님이 수상하겠습니다. 상장 장려상 이름 장윤석 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년 기념 미래교육 컨퍼런스 포스트 세션에서 위와 같이 입상하여서 상장을 수여합니다. 한국교원대학교 교육연구원장 김현진 드립니다. 다음은 우수상과 최우수상 시상을 하겠습니다. 우수상과 최우수상은 총장님께서 직접 수여하시겠습니다. 먼저 우수상부터 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 박주영 선생님, 손민정 교수님 나와주십시오. 상장 우수상 이름 박주영, 손민정 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년 기념 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스 포스트 세션에서 위와 같이 입상하기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 2024년 10월 24일 한국교원대학교 총장 차우규 드립니다. 마지막 최우수상입니다. 최우수상은 이한솔 선생님께서 수상하시겠습니다. 상장 최우수상 이름 이한솔 한국교원대학교 개교 40주년 기념 미래교육 컨퍼런스 포스트 세션에서 위와 같이 입상하기에 이 상장을 수여합니다. 10월 24일 한국교원대학교 총장 차우규 드립니다. 이상으로 40주년 기념 미래교육 국제 컨퍼런스를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 내년 41주년 국제 컨퍼런스, 그 다음에 42주년 컨퍼런스에도 뵐 수 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 오늘 참석해 주셔서 너무 감사드립니다. 이상 마치겠습니다.